And I do want to encourage each of you, if you have questions, it's really hard to keep an eye on personalized chats. All right. It's really hard to keep an eye on individualized chats. Throw the questions in the chat box on the left side or on the right side of the screen. Put chat here. That way we have the ability to keep in touch, because if you have the question, odds are other people also have the question, but are maybe nervous to ask those questions. So please keep those questions in the chat. You don't have to do, private questions. Don't worry, there's no bad question. We love hearing from you. We love connecting and engaging, and I can't wait to get today started. So I'm going to hand it over to Sarah to explain, to introduce herself and explain what this is all about.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarah. Well, excited to be here and to have heard a bit more about what you all are doing by being in the room for kind of your kickoff. And so excited to see you all again and to be here representing the Food Finance Institute. So we have a kind of 4-day financial management boot camp that we deliver to kind of 3 different audiences, I guess. We tend to have a version for food brands, for value-added farms, and for food hubs. And so what I'm here today and tomorrow for is to kind of take that 4-day food hub training and kind of parse it down into 2 days, since you kind of had that kick off with renewing the countryside that kind of focused on your specific farmers market hub kind of introduction. And so we'll be spending some time together today. What bootcamp, kind of how we structure bootcamp is there tends to be content delivery, a break, and then some work time in the afternoon to really help you think about certain aspects of your hubs and the work you're doing. Ideally, you'll be working with another member from your hub in the room, or we have a lot of folks here today that can kind of help you out, or we might have you work with another hub as we go through that afternoon part. So it's really that kind of content delivery, asking questions, as Sarah said. We really want this to be meaningful to you, but that content delivery we know will impact all of you differently based on the unique situations of your communities and your hubs. And that's where that afternoon work time, working one-on-one with folks, really helps bring that more home to your unique situation. And so just know that that's kind of some of the strategy behind how we structure this time together. I'll go in a little bit more as I pull up my slides and we start to dig into the content. We'll go through the agenda there as well, but just wanted to give that kind of overarching introduction. I know you guys have done really, I guess, in-depth introductions, and I think you guys have been in the room with each other, but if we all don't mind, if we could just do like a quick around and just kind of say what hubs we're with as we're all getting to know each other, would be great. So maybe I can just go down who I'm seeing here and start with Verna. Oh, I think you're muted, Verna. I wish I could read lips. It would be a good test.
I'm with the Moorhead Hub, although I'm not so directly engaged. I'm in trying to help support and am engaged mostly with supporting the New Roots farmers to be engaged with the Moorhead Hub, if that makes any sense.
Great.
And so that's sort of my role. And I will be needing to be sort of off camera once in a while and in and out. Today, I'm really glad it's recorded so I can catch up on things, and so excited that Moorhead can be involved.
Awesome, thanks. Well, it's very important to have folks representing those producers that we need, right, to make all of this work. Yeah. Yeah, you guys move around. Let me pull up a participant list. That will make it a little easier. Okay. Beverly.
Beverly Doherty. I'm with Wilmer, and we're just starting with this group, which has been fantastic so far. So I'm expecting a great 2 days.
Wonderful. Thank you, Beverly. Christine.
Hi, I'm Christine, and I'm with Virginia, and Marlise and Heather are in the Virginia group too. So we'll be doing the Open Food Network hub. I'll be leading that.
Awesome. Okay, so Christine, and then thank you. And then Marlise, if you want to say hi, we've got you with Virginia.
Yep, I manage the farmers market. Christine manages the hub.
Oh, awesome. That's great to have you both here. And then Heather as well, it sounded like.
Yep. So I'm Heather Mahoney up in Virginia, and I am with AEOA. And AEOA is a fiscal agent for 4 local farmers markets. So we are the kind of the vendor payee side of things. And then we also take care of the getting staff at market for like the EBT and SNAP transactions. EBT and SNAP, that's the same thing. I need more coffee.
It's all right. It's all right. Yes, we're there. Oh, well, that's fantastic. That's great to have all of those sides represented. That will be really helpful as you guys dig into stuff over the next 2 days. Allison.
Hello, I'm Allison Ryan, and I am the aggregation manager in Aiken for the Aiken Farmers Market. I've got a cold today, so I'm really glad this is online. So I don't have to go anywhere, and I'm gonna keep my camera off because I'm sneezing and coughing, and I don't want to be a distraction. So I'm here though.
No worries. Yes. Well, thanks for joining despite the coldness. And yes, drink all the tea and things you need throughout the day. Is there Willilyn?
Yeah, you got that right. Most people butcher my name. My name is Willilyn Dowell, and I'm with Grand Rapids Farmers Market with Jane. Jane is my mentor.
Yay. Good to have you, Willilyn. And then Jane, do you want to say hi as well?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Jane Jewett. I also have a cold. Sorry to hear it, Allison. I feel you. But yeah, I'm a vendor at the Grand Rapids Farmers Market, and I also work for the Minnesota Institute for Sustainable Agriculture, which is a partner on this grant. So I'm part of the project team and part of the Grand Rapids Market, and also working with the Aiken Market and talking a lot to Virginia and Moorhead as well as we move through this.
A wealth of resources. So glad to have you, Jane. And I know you're kind of one of those anchors for all this project and work. Amanda. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
Kent is also on from Grand Rapids, so I just as well have him introduce himself.
Please.
Oh, shoot, but we can't hear you, Kent. Double mute buttons. I know you have it. Negative.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Nothing.
I can go quick while he troubleshoots.
Also feel
I'm Amanda from Rochester, Minnesota. Started a new thing called the Village Agricultural Cooperative in the last couple of years, which supports primarily new Americans, recent immigrants. I also have a cold, so I'm with you on the tea and the Kleenex and everything. I'm pretty new to all this, so yeah, I don't have a great understanding of business finance, so I'm looking forward to learning.
Wonderful. Really appreciate everybody powering through. It's just like change in season, melting, kind of cold time, but yeah, we'll get through. It's recorded. Ask questions and feel free to, shake it out as you need to. Kent, did your muting end up working? Otherwise, you can also just feel free to say hi in the chat. Bjorn.
Hi, yes, good morning. I do not have a cold, but I am cold as I am in my potato storage facility here. So that's why I'm going to be keeping my video off. So apologize for that. But my name is Bjorn Soberg. I own an organic wholesale supply business, potato business. And last year, a group of us farmers, including Verna with New Roots and those farmers, started a cooperative that was direct to consumer. And so we're excited to kind of use this program to explore the farm to institution side of what we could do.
Got it. Okay, great. Good to have you here, Bjorn.
And
Any-
Candace is as well on this from Moorhead as well.
Wonderful. I was just going to ask anyone else from Moorhead. Candace, would you like to say hi?
Hey, everybody. I'm Candace, and I am working with Red River Harvest Co-op with the Hub project. Kind of working support and sorting out how we go forward in this, right? We've been running, like Bjorn said, the co-op for the last year and having discussions for the last 2. So it's really exciting to be putting thoughts into actions and going forward. So really excited to be a part of this training and just with this group of folks. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Candace. Good to have you. We have just so folks Kent can wave again, and we can just say good morning to him. So he's a vendor at Grand Rapids Farmers Market, market treasurer, and Open Food Network support. So there's a face to the name if you have not seen him before, but will be a really great resource on a lot of, he offered it up, a lot of this treasurer perhaps information as things move forward. Thanks, Kent. All right. Okay, let's see here. Who have I missed? Kathleen.
Hello. I changed my name, so I put on SMIF. The Southern Minnesota Initiatives Foundation is who I am working with, and Renewing the Countryside. So I will be here to support all as they kind of get on Open Food Network, as they establish their hubs, as they clarify their business process and get things really organized to kind of consolidate. And so I'm working a lot, or kind of sitting in with Kent and the Open Food Network people like Katie, and kind of hoping to be kind of a go-between and be able to offer some individualized support too. So, and I don't have a cold. I feel pretty good today, and it's really warm, and I'll be just watching the chat. So if you do want to put something in, I'll try to keep an eye out for Sarah and just kind of jump in and ask those questions whenever they come up, and I'll help out that way. And I have a meeting 1 to 2, but other than that, I'm just going to be taking notes and hoping to keep up here.
Awesome. Thanks, Kathleen. Great to have you.
Yeah.
For all of those support and technical assistance roles. Oh, Laura.
Hi everyone, I am Laura, and I'm going to be working with the Wabasha Farmers Market directly with Sarah George. Fortunately, I get to be her protege and very much appreciate her experience for both an in-person market, for doing VeggieRx, the online market, and possibly CSA boxes. So we have a lot going on this spring.
Exciting. Yeah, that's fantastic. Great to have you, Laura, representing Wabasha.
Okay.
And then Marlise, it looks like another Virginia.
Yeah, I said hello.
Did we get you already? Okay, apologize. Thank you. It's
That's
like
all
the
right.
list is jumping around. So we may have did I miss any?
Kathy's
Do we have
name
anyone?
and
Go ahead.
Jody Padgham haven't been called on yet.
Jody.
Yeah,
Thank you,
hi, I'm
Marlise.
Jody, and I'm working, I'm with Renewing the Countryside, and I'm doing the grant administration for this project. So I'm going to be a little bit in and out, and I'll probably keep my video off. I'm just in the background, but I do have a financial business and business organization background, so I can offer some support along with Kathleen as well, if you guys, down the road.
And Jody's the one that's
Nice
going
to
to
see
be
you.
asking about those contracts. So if you guys have contracts out there that are waiting to be signed, Jody's the one that's going to be looking for those. So she appreciates as I'm calling up on you guys. That goes to Jody. We also have Kathy and Jan.
Kathy? Did you want to unmute and say good morning? Maybe, how about Jan?
That probably means she's wrangling, baby goats or something.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm Jan with Renewing the Countryside, and my role here is really pretty small. I work along with Jody and Sarah, and am kind of behind the scenes, and we'll be here part of the day with you, but not all of the day. But have been through this training, I think, at least 1.5 times, and think you will all find it useful. So great to see you all, and great seeing those of you who are at Moses, and hope to see the rest of you in person sometime in the next, spring or summer.
Yes, good energy to pick up off of after a nice conference weekend. Do we have anyone from Red Wing in the room? That's the only one I didn't. It's you, Sarah, right?
That's
Okay.
me. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
it's literally says it by your name too. Okay, that's what I thought. That was just the only one I didn't have a name by. Okay, excellent. All right, well, thanks everyone. It's great to have you here. And I know particularly in these early stages, it's like remembering names and faces. It's good to continue. You guys will get so familiar with this group. I bet you won't need to do it soon, but thank you because it helps me. We're gonna go ahead and start digging in. You'll see, thank you, Sarah, for putting this in the chat, but Sarah and you guys were emailed this yesterday, and then Sarah also dropped in the chat a link to a pre-survey. If you can take the couple minutes just to fill that out, that would be really helpful for us over here. Our ability to deliver this training is funded by a USDA local food promotion grant that we have at the Food Finance Institute. And as you all know, there's reporting that needs to accommodate all of this work. So completing that pre and post survey really helps us on that front. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And yeah, as folks have mentioned, please don't be shy. Drop any questions or comments in the chat or clarifications or anything like that so that we can make sure this is hitting home and we're answering any questions you have. So today we're going to be talking about getting your business model right and digging into the kind of food hub business model content. Here we go. So across the two, we have 2 days together. We're going 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Today we'll be looking at the business models. Tomorrow we'll be talking a little bit more about the financial fundamentals. So we'll touch on that a little bit today, but just to help us start thinking about it in context of the business model. And then we'll start to talk about it a little bit more will be tomorrow. So kind of easing you into it for today. After we get through this content these 2 days, normally we will do kind of an hour consulting with each of the folks in a training like this during our 2 days together, but we'll be offering that, or I'll be offering that as a follow-on service to help you kind of digest this content or apply it to your specific business model, your food hub situation in the community you're in. The specific agenda today, just to remind everyone or get us all on the same page, we're getting through those. We already are through the intros and pre-surveys, and we're about to dive into the content for the morning. So we have about 2 hours of time where we'll be going through some content together. We'll then break for a lunch. So you'll have about 45 minutes for lunch, resetting. We'll come back and do sort of a half-hour case study using a lean business model canvas with Sarah and Red Wing as an example. We'll go into breakout rooms. You'll all spend some time with this tool we'll be talking about today, the Lean Business Model Canvas, and thinking about applying it to your hubs, which is a really great exercise to help you kind of think and document this. And then we'll come back together and we'll share that work with everyone in the room. And so really great learning, really great opportunity to iterate on that work you do in your breakout rooms with other folks from your hub or with the other assistance providers in the room. Tomorrow, as I said, we'll go a little bit deeper into the financial fundamentals, but you'll see it will have a similar sort of content in the morning, lunch break, some work time, and then some large group sharing as well tomorrow. All right, so kind of to help us start with this, I just want to call out that this is really exciting, right? We're kind of tapping into all of your inner entrepreneur, and you're getting to kind of define this food hub, farmers market hub business model for your community. You have a lot of support to do that, right? So you have other hub models that have been in place in the last year. You have the Renewing the Countryside team, you have Kathy, you have Jane, you have all of this kind of support to help you figure out how you want to shape this business for your community and the community that you're in. And so the important part about that is sort of like, this is kind of empowering you to recognize that you're starting this business, you're an entrepreneur, and that everything involved in starting a business is relevant to you and your hub, right? So you get to wear that marketing hat, that sales hat, that operations hat, that finance hat. So we'll kind of talk about these various components of the business a little bit today, but at the same time, even though that can be overwhelming, just reiterating that you're not alone, right? You have this support team, you have this peer network of other hubs, you have the other staff, you have your volunteers. And so even though there are all of these components, you get to kind of take a leadership role in making sure they kind of work together to support this business model. You have a lot of the support and resources at your disposal. And so we'll really be talking about how you're going to leverage that business and create this business model to grow that market hub in your community. So a lot of you are kind of new thinking about this and you're trying to get your hub markets off the ground today, but we really want to encourage you to be thinking about the next 3 years, right? So there's a necessity and action items that need to be done to get things to work today, but we're also looking at that long-term vision of what this market hub will be in 3 years, 5 years, to make sure that we're setting that up for success, laying that groundwork today. So yes, it's exciting. You get to be the voice and advocate for this business in your community. And our purpose here is to help you best strategize what that could look like. So to kind of start, I thought we'd talk a little bit about kind of what's going on out there, right? We know that we're coming out of sort of this 2-year pandemic. It's been a little challenging to know where consumer behavior and habits are going. We've seen a lot of pivots, right? Pivots have been a really strong word for how folks have adapted to capture that consumer audience. And we know hubs and farmers markets were not left out of this, right? With having to transition to home delivery or masking or closing down at some point and figuring out what to do. And so what we're seeing now, as folks know, is that mask mandates are starting to end, right? We're starting to see a lot more folks looking past the pandemic and wanting to really get back into this next normal. They're kind of burnt out of COVID marketing language, kind of that, and they're ready to be in this positioning of, okay, we are into this next normal. We're settling into this kind of post-pandemic arena. And so this is some data I pulled from a Mintel report that was talking about COVID-19's impact on consumers. And this is pretty new. It's from the winter of 2022. And you will see that when it comes to grocery shopping, that is 1/3 of people are still not comfortable grocery shopping without masks, even though the mask mandates are ending. 62% are comfortable doing it with masks, and some are just not comfortable at all. And so I think this is just calling out that these outdoor markets, these community gathering places, folks where masks aren't an issue as much because there is that space, are going to continue to be really valuable and really popular convenience spots. I think at the same time, we are still seeing those consumer values for short supply chains being super prominent, right? Like labor shortages, inflation, and supply chain hiccups continue to be the top 3 concerns for consumers. And so again, this just makes the positioning and the value that your market hubs are offering be completely still needed and still on a growth trajectory. At the same time as well, the transparency, the sustainability, and the mission-oriented thoughtfulness that folks have started to align with their purchasing behaviors is again continuing to be sought after, whether folks are looking at food brands, grocery stores, or kind of where they're spending their money. And so really strong key points that you all have in your favor, right? With connecting to those local suppliers, to being able to tell those values stories, connecting to mission of your markets, and talking about that experience of having your hub being part of the farmers market, right? Because people are continuing to look for customer experience, experience with food and products, sensory experience. And so there's a lot of opportunity with providing that hub and aggregation as part of this community market environment to really continue to attract customers and meet them coming out of this pandemic and capturing that consumer buying behavior going into the future. I also just put that note of DEI on there because that equity, diversity, and inclusion continues to be a theme and is something that folks are paying attention to more and more on top of values as well. And so kind of just keeping that in the back of your mind as well, that they're looking for inclusive spaces and places that recognize that. And again, I think we see that a lot with how embedded in the community markets are and how the hubs are an extension of that, these market hubs you all represent. This is just kind of reiterating again, like some of those things on consumers' minds, right? Shortages, the staffing issues and labor that you maybe are all feeling in your communities, but kind of being mindful of how you're getting that support to run that market hub through. I think there's a little uniqueness based on your mission-oriented nature that you're able to tap into some passionate volunteers, kind of sustain some of that support, but just being mindful this is an issue that other potentially competing industries might be feeling more than you, or if you are feeling it, that this is across the board an issue, right? Grocery stores are having trouble keeping staff on hand to fulfill that customer experience of purchasing. And people are being a little bit more price sensitive because of inflation. And so they're really looking for that values alignment to match with their spending behavior. And so really leveraging and capitalizing that within your market and your hub story. And then again, just to call out that food prices increased 7% over last year. And so again, we're kind of seeing some of that trending. And I know a lot of you are working with the vendors, right, in your markets, and you're trying to help them be successful in meeting consumers. And there is a lot of tension with increased inputs and some needs to increase pricing. And so your vendors and producers might be feeling that, which will then in turn affect how you are pricing products within your aggregation or your market boxes. And so again, this is something that's being felt across the supply chain as a whole, and recognizing that, you need to understand where those cost increases are so that you're not losing money and that you're positioning that on to the consumer in the right ways. Because that transparency is really important, and creating that trusted communication with your consumers. I also thought this was just an interesting to see. E-commerce might be getting a little bit large as a proxy, but just we're talking about an online platform, right? That's helping connect folks to produce at the market. And these stats just came out that we are seeing increases in e-commerce as we can expect, right? So 2021, there was a 14% increase over 2020. It's still expected e-commerce market share of grocery and retailing is expected to continually increase, not as much as those pandemic years where we saw a huge push for folks to use it a lot more, but it is still sustaining a significant bump, right? Like about 13.4% is projected in 2022. And then it's expected to continue to grow at a rate about 8.3% each year. So again, just this, there was some fear that maybe this wouldn't be sustainable, that maybe e-commerce and online purchasing might kind of start to filter off a little bit when markets started to open up or the pandemic weaned a little bit or waned. And that's not what we're seeing, right? I think that that market share is going to continue to increase. And this hybrid model is a core tenet of retail, right? So even those online e-commerce giants, like say an Amazon, right? They're building brick and mortar, and folks who have retail spaces or brick and mortar are going online. And so what you're having these market hubs with having the online platform with the brick and mortar or the pop-up market, however we want to call it, is really where is the sweet spot, right, of what we're seeing working in that retail environment. And so just being aware and kind of keeping that in mind, that you are able to compete in some ways with how these retailers are creating their business models to capture all these sales in the next few years. So those are kind of some environmental factors to help you as you're thinking about your community and your business. And then what we're going to be talking about a lot today is this concept of the business model, right? And so what is a business model, right? It's really just documenting or telling that story of how you make money, who your target customer is, and why people give you money, right? So it's like what makes your whole business churn. And one of the key anchor elements that makes a business model work is that you know what makes you defensively, apparently I can't say that word today, defensively unique. And so you want to be able to stand out in your community. You want to be able to offer something to a certain customer base that they really need. You want to be solving a problem for your customer, and you want to be able to articulate it in a clear way that they see that within your business and what you're offering. And so what we're going to be talking about a lot today is a lot of the strategy and thought behind a business model, and then also this tool, the Lean Business Model Canvas. So this is just an initial teaser. If anyone has seen this before, this is a refresher. If you have not seen this before, that's totally okay. But the idea of a Lean Business Model Canvas is that it's a one-page document that you can sketch out your assumptions about your business model and where you want your business to be in sort of the next 3 years. And so a lot of the content we're going to talk about in the next hour or so is going to be to help you think about your business in these sort of buckets and these ways, and then we'll be documenting it in this canvas later today. So we'll talk about this more in depth after we go through some content, but I just wanted to show it as the more you see something, the more it sits in, or if it was familiar to any of you, you could have a reminder. So we'll come back to this, but a lot of what we're talking about today is going to be to help you think about your business through the lens of this kind of worksheet or document today. So Beverly, this morning I did take on to an email Sarah George sent last night with a copy of this presentation and with a worksheet with this Lean Business Model Canvas in a worksheet. So if anyone doesn't see that, please put that in the chat, and we'll make sure we get it to you again. So yes, the answer is yes, they'll all be available. And thank you for being the first one to put something in the chat. I love it. It always makes me, it's like, yay. Okay, so I think I mentioned, so we tend to, some of these slides will have a lot of content on it, and I just want to encourage you not to be overwhelmed by it. So we deliver this to kind of all size and scales of food hubs across the nation. And so as we deliver, we kind of try to extract the points that might be most helpful to you, but we kind of give you, I often like our MO or mission objective is to kind of give you all the content in case it's meaningful to you at a later date, right? Because this can be, or in case something different resonates with you. So just encouraging you not to be overwhelmed by any content and just know that it's here if you need it, but that you have myself and this great team to help you extract what's most important to you, to your unique business. So this slide is to help us kind of talk about some common business model problems we see. So if you've been in business a while, if you're running, if you're trying to look at your business model, like what might be some indicators, right, that there's a problem in it. And so sometimes, and particularly with mission-oriented businesses, sometimes a need for looking at that impact of that mission can kind of wash out the need for a profitable business. And so just being mindful of, there is still, in order to kind of churn and keep your business running, we do need to be focused on how does your business make money, right? And it can, maybe we do that in some different ways, but not losing sight of that profitable business bottom line, which can be hard if you're nonprofit or mission aligned. And so making sure that that is at the forefront, even though there may be some other overarching parameters within your business model. I think another thing that we see too is that we're trying to do different components of so if you're taking on distribution or aggregation at a small scale, right, you lose a lot of the scale benefits that a larger distributor has, right? So your costs go up at a smaller scale. And so being mindful of how do we create efficiency or price or differentiate at a smaller scale when we know that there are folks who are able to do this at a large scale. So just being able to understand and be honest about what part of the value chain or supply chain we're trying to work within and how do we make that sit. We also sometimes see that we're trying to sell products that don't have customer demand. And some places that we see this within kind of the farmer arena or in this environment might be everybody decides it's really easy or it works really well in the soil to grow some kind of functional berry like acai. We saw this with, or sorry, not acai, aronia. We saw this with aronia at one point, right? Where a lot of farmers started to grow aronia and then there wasn't a market. Customers didn't quite understand how to use aronia, or it needed to be mixed or turned into a value-added product before a customer would really want to buy it because of the taste, some taste or sensory concerns. And so if a bunch of people are planning something, it needs to be able to have that customer demand to support it. So making sure that that mix and match is there. And then similarly, being mindful of another space we see too is being really mindful of the quality and licensor associations of selling products. And so you have a really great team that is helping you navigate what the licensure you need, what quality, like FSMA coming down the loan, how do you comply with all of these parameters, but being really aware of how those will impact your business model and in what spaces. And so some of the things that we kind of see. At a really high level, some things that you can expect, right? And this is why we spend time talking about your financial statements, how to document your sales, how to think about your business, right? Because if you're losing money, that means your business model isn't working, right? And you can't know if you're losing money if we aren't documenting all of your sales and expenses and seeing where you're landing, right? If you're not making the money you expect, right? Are your prices too high? Are you priced out of your competition? So paying attention to pricing. If you're receiving product in, and sometimes if you're making market share boxes and you're bringing in product from 10 different suppliers and then you're putting them into a market share box and selling it to the consumer, and you get a bad shipment of one of those items, right? Like there's a quality issue and you have to write that off or get something else, right? So is there and I know Sarah, you guys talked about this a little bit, but those product specifications, right, being really important so that you aren't having to reject as much product. So paying attention to those sort of aspects. If as you grow, if you're trying to get I don't know if any of the hubs have sort of bank loans, but right, you need to be able to show that you're cash flowing, that you're collateralized, that you are able to attract money, right? And that could be from your bank, that could be from the city if you're getting a contract with the city, it could be from a grant, but it's right, if your story and your finances aren't helping you attract money, that's an arena, that's a sign that your business model isn't working. We talked about that labor shortage issue, right? So if your staff is burning out, you aren't finding people to go to volunteer for your board, you're losing volunteers, your wonderful aggregation manager leaves, you know, or your hub manager leaves. Those are, again, signs that something isn't working in your business model. And so a lot of the time when we're talking about documenting your business model, documenting any measuring and metrics, right? It's because you want to know if anything is starting to pop up that needs to be addressed. You want to fix your business model before you need to fix your business model, right? So really want to have you be attuned to the business that you're running, and about what the work is we do is trying to share this information so you know what to watch for, because we want you to have a business model that works, and we want you to be able to fix it before it fails. All right, so food hub business models that work. We touched on this, you know, defensibly uniqueness, right? And so you want to be that red apple in the sea of green apples, right? You really want to stand out in your community, and you want to fulfill a need for a target customer, right? Not everybody in your community, you may want them to be, right? You may think that, hey, why wouldn't everyone want to buy organic produce from these farmers or support these farmers, right? But we know in reality, right, not everybody does. So it's really important to understand who that target customer is, and to make sure that you are defensively unique to them. So this kind of goes back to what we were talking about a little bit before. Regardless of this nonprofit, this mission orientation, it really does start with the intention to make money, right? So your business model is going to work if you are looking at it as a way that you want your business to make money. And so it can be really difficult to add in distribution, right? Like there's different components that are just, and we know based on working within food or food systems or markets, that can be a little bit more cost centers, right? So distribution, things like that. And so you want to be able to plan for how you will incorporate those into your business model and still make money. If folks are picking it up from the hub, right, you've removed a big barrier there if you aren't doing much of this distribution side, right? You want to know that you can sustain yourself beyond grant funds, right? And so again, this is that when we talk about that financial sustainability plan, that's part of your work with Renewing the Countryside and some of these financial projections, right? We talk about that funding mix. So where are you seeing your revenue come from to support your food hub business, your farmers market hub business model for the long term, right? And at some point, maybe you make a choice or you have a private-public partnership that you're gonna see this amount of funding for a sustained period of time. But to really churn right, you want to be able to know that you can support without relying on grant funds or objectives that could change. So are there other partnerships that help, right? And so it really does start with figuring out how you can kind of continue to make money and cash flow and keep this hub working within your community context. And this can be uncomfortable when we're in like that nonprofit environment, right? But making money and profiting, right? Like any business does, any nonprofit has to be able to do that to keep running. And so it can just keeping that mindset or those dual mindsets in mind. We talk a lot about kind of the optimized business model. And really what we mean by that is that you are kind of setting that business model up to make money. Like you are committing a long-term fundable, investable business model. And so it's not necessarily what your business looks like today, but what you want your business to look like in the next 3 years, right? So you're looking at, this is where I want to be, and this is how I see my business model where I see my business model being optimized, because we all know when we start a business, when we start something new, we're not going to make money, right? We have to do some initial investments. We have to start to do some marketing. We have to, get our vendors onboarded. We have to pay those platform or training fees, right? So it always it can take a little bit of time. Yeah, Jane, I can. So this is really just about how do we lead you towards that business model that's going to work and be optimized. And so Jane asked if we could talk a little bit more about the ability of nonprofit organizations to make money, right? So newer nonprofits sometimes think they aren't allowed to earn money, right? But you are still a business as a nonprofit, but you're getting certain what's the word, like benefits or classifications based on your nonprofit status, right? Because of how your mission's set up, you don't have to pay taxes on certain things, but you are still generating, you might sell event sales or tickets or something like that. You're selling your product, right? And it's aligning with that mission. As long as it fulfills your mission, right? You're generating program revenue, you're bringing in income, right? And then you also are able to, I think there's a certain amount of money that you can hold on to, but like you are able to have funds, right, to reinvest into your nonprofit, just like someone might reinvest into a business. And so you are earning money to keep your business afloat, but what you're not doing is having like stakeholders or shareholders that you're paying like dividends out to, right? Or something like that. But as a nonprofit, you still can make money, you can generate income. It's just reinvested right back into that nonprofit, and there's a cap at which how much money you might have sitting in like a savings account, right, before you reinvest it back into a mission or donate it out to other organizations in your community. Does that help? Any questions on that? We can add some more insights on that too, but I know it can be like feel counterintuitive, but still thinking about the ability to make money, to be able to reinvest right into the programming and services and the staff, right, that are supporting that nonprofit and the mission that's moving forward.
Are you familiar with the Organically Grown Company and its efforts to put this kind of entity into a perpetual trust so that it's permanently available for this kind of service in the community?
I haven't heard of this one. I'm not familiar with the Organically Grown, no, but.
Okay, it's out in the Pacific Northwest. I'll send you a link. There was an article about it in the New Yorker magazine, talking about it was like the first example in this country. So I'll send you a link.
Awesome. Thank you, Verna. But yeah, it is great when folks can find like because you can still invest, right? Like if you're a nonprofit and you have like your $100,000 and maybe in your in your savings is the word I want, in your savings account, right? And then you decide you want to put that into a bond, or you want to put that into a trust, or you want to put it into whatever, right? And then kind of use that. And so it sounds like, yeah, I think that would be valuable to share as well. Thanks, Verna. So a profitable business model. So we always thought, so Tara Johnson, who founded the Food Finance Institute, we always wanted to start some sort of like column or meme of her that was like terabytes. And so sometimes I see these and I'm like, this is a terabyte, right? Like it's a business model, not a product, that determines whether a company makes money, right? And so you are selling organic produce, you're selling vegetables, you're selling meat, you're selling, whatever your vendors are selling, right? Those are great products and you want customers to buy them, but it's your business model that determines whether the market, the hub, or those vendors are going to make money by coming to the market, right? And so this is thinking about the overall, what's over the overarching components that are coming together to create that business and that experience. And so again, as we've kind of talked about, that an anchor component of this is that defensively unique value proposition. It's ensuring that you have the customers, right? Sufficient market to kind of scale and to generate enough money to support your business. So if you're in the Wilmar community, you know, how many cities or towns are you pulling from? What's the population? What percent of that population is realistically shopping at the market or using the hub? And kind of what are those average sales? And then does that kind of help you? Does that support? Do you get enough cash from that to support your business, right? Your cash flow there. You'll have a brand, you know, you'll have some sort of branding for your market hub, right? So like you'll be the Wilmar Market Hub, you'll have like your logo, you'll have your positioning. And so just thinking about how that rolls out and connects to your community and to your customers. And then that the right staff. And when we talk about production and facilities in your context, right, we're talking about when you're aggregating at the market, do you need cold storage and some way to hold products because of when people are coming to pick it up? When you're doing those market shares, you're packing them fast enough and they're getting picked up fast enough that they're within quality standards, right? Maybe it's only, if it's happening in 2 hours, it's cool, they're getting picked up, you don't have to worry about anything. If you are doing some deliveries, are the deliveries happening in the, I know last time, I think on the intro, you guys were talking about it has to be in the right containers, right? Like not a cloth bag, right? But it's in that plastic tote, right? And it's new and it's sanitized before other deliveries go in. And so kind of thinking through all of those systematic steps and making sure that you are covering any potential quality, food safety, reliability sides of things. And then ensuring that you have enough capital to fund growth. So depending on what growth looks like for your market hub. So if we're talking about like, where do you want to be in 3 years, right? How much aggregation are you doing? How many sales are you doing any delivery? Does it get to a point at which you need additional infrastructure? I don't know that anyone will get big enough, or maybe you will, where you need like a refrigerated truck and a driver to do deliveries, or maybe you need one for a group of 5 hubs, right? Because of where they're located. And so some of that might be, as you're thinking about growth and the capital that will fund that growth, that might be a scenario where some of that conversation starts to happen. Okay, looks like we just have some more clarification on the nonprofit stuff in the chat, and then a link for the example that Verna mentioned. Cool. So we kind of coming back to like target market, right? So you may have 10,000 people in your town or city, right? Maybe it's the county, but just that reminder, right? What people say they want isn't actually what they're doing, right? And so this is that whole, like, we may want all the 10,000 people in our community to come to our market and shop, right? They may all say they want to know where their food comes from, that they want locally sourced foods, they want it to be safer to eat, they want fewer chemicals, they want to, buy directly from their farmer, right? But in actuality, not only, 30% or 20% are doing that, right? Some folks are looking for the convenience of that big box retailer. Some folks are buying from Amazon. Some folks are, looking at diverse, they're buying from ingredients or flavors from other countries, right? So it's just being mindful of, there is sometimes a mismatch, and this is where we figuring out our target customer is super important, right? And understanding the reality of who is shopping. And I think being paired with the farmers market is super helpful, because even if your hub is new or the aggregation is new, you have a feel for what activity has been happening at the market, right? And so that can help you as you start to figure out what the hub can do. And similarly, you have other markets, right, who have had maybe a hub attached to them or some aggregation attached. So you can start to figure out maybe maybe the population or the size of, you know, Wabasha is similar to Moorhead. And so that's a good one to think about, like how their past data has gone. And that can be a proxy for what you think for Moorhead. And you'll have to forgive me because I don't know the makeup of your communities, and that could be super off base, but you kind of know where I'm going at there. You have a lot of things that you can leverage within this group even to help you as you think through some of this stuff. I think, so this is just, we think that folks understand, like in an understood market would be, you know, folks know they go and purchase item A, it's a dominant business model. They go to that grocery store and they go into the produce section and they're kind of buying their broccoli or whatever. So there's a business model that works for these dominant markets, right? And so they know you're kind of fighting against that, right? Like that's your competition, right? This is the dominant business model. It's been able to reduce pricing in certain arenas because they have large scale distribution. They have, you know, all these paired companion products, right? So if we're thinking of a retailer or to some degree the specialty co-op, but often like you're complementing each other, right? Because you're on a certain day of the week or a certain different spaces and you're kind of increasing and kind of more cooperatively feeding off of each other. But we often highlight the fact that, like, again, not everyone is your customer. There is this dominant business model that is able to carve out some of the price structure, but this is where your value proposition, your defensible uniqueness really is seeking to set you apart, right, from this model. And so just kind of being mindful of that context in which you're an environment that you're operating within and how you get to position yourself to be an alternative or in some places a complement, right? Like we know often the farmers market and some of those specialty grocery stores are working really closely together or have extensions with institutional players like the hospital and places like that. So this defensively unique value proposition, right? So how do you think about this, right? So how do you think about how you are different and separate yourself out from that dominant narrative or even from similar narrative that are around you, right? So we're looking to solve your customer's problem, right? So you're looking for new solutions to old problems. So say, a family is spending a lot of time at home ordering takeout or in front of the TV, right? And they need a way to kind of get out of the house and get some fresh foods, right? And they would like to have some family experiences, right? Can they come to the farmer's market? They can, you know, sample some fresh vegetables. They can put in an order for dinners and they can take that home with them, right? And have that opportunity to bring things home, right? They're looking for connection to local producers, right? Like we sometimes talk about hip new brands, right? When we're talking about consumer packaged goods, right? But here we're talking about maybe hip new farms, hip new farming practices, right? So climate friendly farming practices, regenerative ag, kind of we're talking about how you connect with value and how you're really elevating what your farmers and vendors are doing, right? They kind of become part of your brand and part of your story and potentially part of that value proposition. You might have, depending on where all your markets are falling and where the next market is, right? You might have location could be a part of your value proposition, your reach, and maybe you can reach into other surrounding cities or villages, and that becomes part of your uniqueness if you're the only farmers market in this community, and then you're able to kind of extend and reach other spaces and bring folks to you, or again, find delivery points that reach other arenas, but really kind of thinking about what differentiates you within the space that you're playing, within the geography that you're playing, within the community that you're sitting, and with the partners and relationships you have, right? Sometimes it can be super relevant that you have a partner A or partner B within the community, and that really adds to your unique value proposition. Sometimes we can get really hung up on that mission, right? And so I think recognizing that social mission is sometimes just the beginning of what makes you really defensively different, right? And so if you want to say we're helping more income get to farmers, or we're helping increase access to local foods, right? Like that is a really good start. But often you need to go a little bit deeper, right? So like, what is it that you're actually, how are you doing that? What is the innovative way that you're doing it? How does that like manifest really to you? And so thinking about that in the sense of, do you certify, I don't know, there's lots of different ways this could look like. If you're putting your hat on the income side, then how do you really make that be a core tenet of how your farmers are getting more revenue, and how does that sit in the region, but figuring out how to really connect that in a unique way. And some of that will flip back to what we talked about on the previous side. So just kind of connecting that, because I know this can be a space where we can get hung up on, particularly when we're in a nonprofit motivated space of like, but this mission is what matters, but you still need to connect it to something that differentiates you. So in a food company, these are those sort of things. So like your vendors, right? Like think about your farm vendors, and then think about your market and how you might, if you're working with 20 different vendors, and then you want to talk about what makes them all unique, and that becomes part of what makes your market unique, and that's what makes part of your aggregation and hub unique, right? These would be kind of, I think we'd often say like, this is what you want to have on your fridge, right? Like if you're thinking about what you're offering, these are some examples of what can make you unique, right? So your product, maybe you have a really unique variety of apple that you're turning into a an old age family recipe of applesauce, or something like that, or cider, or maybe it's just you'll see varietals around here, maybe it's just the specific variety of that potato or of that apple that you're selling that is really unique to that farmer, or maybe this part of the state and your region that your market is in has a specific varietal or product that they grow really well, or that they've decided like everybody does some variation or part of, right? That becomes something that might make you defensively unique. If you start to add that value added component from there, that's where ingredients, you start to combine different of those, right? And then all of a sudden your ingredients turn into some value added component, right? Maybe your market has a food vendor, or like a tea or lemonade that is seasonal and uses ingredients from 5 different vendors, and I don't know, however it works, but like that's some way that you might have some additional defensible uniqueness if it ties really tight to that. That terroir is sort of that kind of place-based, again, kind of place-based flavor, right? Place-based connection. And so thinking about, is there opportunities to leverage that? Like the grapes and wine, and there's different arenas like that where we can really lean into that place-based flavor or tasting. Branding, right? And so you kind of have different layers of branding. You might have your farmers, you might be telling their stories a little bit, but then we're talking about your market, we're talking about your hub, right? And what is the brand, what is the experience that you're providing as you solve your customers' problems through having your that aggregation services that you're providing for them, you know, making it easier for them to shop from multiple vendors and get one invoice, you know, like what's the problem you're solving, what is, and how does that tie up into the brand you have for that hub. Packaging, right? We see right now, particularly with the push and emphasis on sustainable packaging, you know, waste reduction, climate friendly packaging and services, right? Like the packaging you use can matter and can differentiate you and align with other points of differentiation and your branding, right? So kind of paying attention to that. Availability and local food, right? Like there's seasonal availability for lots of things, but sometimes often markets are year round, right? So even though there's seasonal availability and limited supply of some things, that you are fulfilling a need, right? Like year round. And so in different ways, and maybe you're extending the seasons of some things in certain ways, or but kind of thinking through that availability can be something that is unique, right? Like if somebody overwinters spinach and that is like a core thing at your market and that's not happening in other spaces, or kind of thinking through how that might contribute to your uniqueness. Personal relationships, right? So if you are the market in that community and you have a relationship with all the hospitals and they are buying from your aggregator, right? Like if you have locked that down, that could be defensively unique, right? For you, because no one else can get in there and take that from you if you have that partnership and that relationship. Similarly, there could be funding relationships, right? In the community that support you, right? And help you kind of be that anchor and become unique, right? So this is things that people can't copy, things that make you unique and stand out and be present. Customer experience. And I will say that even as we talk about staffing shortages, right, there's also kind of this worker experience, right, or volunteer experience side. I think that's mattering even on top of the customer experience too, but wanting to be able to connect the customer with your business, with the products, with the farmers, with kind of that full experience, and being able, and not just once they've purchased the product, you want to know that they received it well, you want to know that they used it, you want to know they didn't have any questions, that the quality met their needs, right? So being able to follow that full cycle of the customer's experience and journey to reinforce that your hub is working well. So folks who do that really well are more likely to sustain. And you might have a unique aspect, right, to that experience of where you leverage the market, right, to bring folks together in certain ways, or you have, you know, community events, or if there's a farm, there might be agritourism opportunities, right, on the farm. Oh, I just lost what else I had. Yeah, maybe you have like everybody presses, yeah, things cost money, so you figure out ways to do it, but really just paying attention that you need to kind of hold on to that customer and have some experience. A lot of farmers markets, right, have like Facebook pages where they're talking to each other, they're sharing recipes, right? Like just kind of figuring out what is it that will add the most value to your customers and help them connect with your hub and your experience that you want to provide. So this is in here just as a call to really, really lean into this aspect of differentiation, right? And so encourage you maybe in this afternoon or maybe tonight to sit down with this kind of sheet in your in the slides that you received, and do some brainstorming, right? About how you're different. Like, and maybe one is sometimes price is a differentiation. For you, it might be like location, right? Because you're the only market in this region, right? So that might be one space that you have some differentiation. And then go a little deeper, right? Like if you had to say what are 3 things that really make you defensively unique, and then layer them against a competitor, right? Who would be, and sometimes this can be hard because you might think a competitor, like if it's your local co-op, right? You may see them as a collaborator or not in some ways too, but they still are a competitor in some ways as well, right? And so kind of thinking through who would be your top competitors in your region, and where is their differentiation? Is their differentiation convenience? Is it price? Is it that they have, 1,500 categories and items and you guys have 100, but you have those 100 and they meet these values needs, right? And so kind of taking the time to lay this out is a really valuable exercise. Okay, 9. How are folks doing? Do you guys want like a 5-10 minute break? Want to keep trucking? I'm seeing 1 thumbs up. I can only see 4 people though, so I will lean on. I think we're looking good.
Good.
Good. Okay, cool. We'll keep on trucking. Yeah. I'm just going to take a quick sip of water.
Sarah, if I could just jump in and that previous slide I thought was really valuable.
This one?
Folks trying to, yes, defensively unique and all of those aspects there that farmers markets can really think about. That you don't necessarily have to have a lot of labor, but what is your customer experience because it is outside, like you say, or because it is, family friendly or dog friendly, or, things like that, that you can utilize. And like you say, you promote that on social media. It doesn't have to be a, paid advertisement or anything, but a live each week and things like that can go really long way. But the dogs, yeah, the dogs I definitely have seen at farmers markets here and at the parks anyway. I mean, not like around the booths or anything, but we have a big dog park like right adjacent to, but not legal in food spaces, as Jane is saying. Yeah, but there is a park where people can, they let their dogs go and then, go and get a drink and then go back out into the park. It's in a huge park area, but I guess just thinking about the physical environment, that you're not putting like money into that customer experience, but that you are thinking about the customer experience that's inherent, I guess, in the, things that you deliver. So I just thought that was interesting. I thought I'd give you a break, let you have a drink.
Thank you, Kathleen. But I think it is like, there's a lot of opportunity, to leverage the assets of the market and the community. And I think, you see this in a lot of markets too, right? Where they leverage kind of those personal relationships or partnerships to add on to customer experience, right? Like if you have a nonprofit that comes in and does some education, right? Or you might have a chef that does a demo, right? Like you have folks come in and do various things. So I think it's a really good call of just recognizing that there is some inherent convening an experience, and then there's other ways that augment that and really add value to. So I'm just picturing one taken over by dogs, and it not if there's ways that you can make it happen, keeping them out of the food though. All right, chucking along. So when we talk about demand, right, like making sure that you are, you have the market for the products being sold or for the reasonable expectations you have of generating income. This is a slide or exercise that was created for sort of the product or production side, right? And similarly, this would be a good example of the, hey, I want to grow this item, or I want to open a facility, right? Like, is there a need for it? So this one takes the example of grass-fed beef in the Milwaukee metro region, right? And so it's based on 2010, but it gets kind of the point across of just like thinking through perhaps like the feasibility of something, right? And so this might be kind of helpful if you're putting on like your vendor support hat, or I know some of you are also like farmers or vendors, or even as you think about the market itself, right? Like if there's 1.5 million people in Milwaukee and they consume about 58.5 pounds of beef per year, and that would mean that that Milwaukee metro region is consuming, you know, almost 91 million pounds of beef, like that's the market. But let's say 3% of that beef consumption is grass-fed. All of a sudden we get that reduced. That 90 million potential market is now that 2.7 million potential market. And all of a sudden we're looking at 46,000 people in that market that might eat grass-fed beef, right? If somebody wanted to, so that's the 1 million becomes potentially this 46, right? And then they have different places that they can buy it, right? This one goes a little bit further for if you were looking at, if you wanted to do a slaughterhouse, right? Shows if you were to get 580 pounds per animal, that would mean you would only need about 4,700 animals per year to fulfill that need or that demand in Milwaukee, which would equal about 93 herds of 50 animals. And essentially, if you kind of run through that situation, you get down to 15 animals a day, 313 days of slaughter a year, which really shows you that one facility could handle that demand for Milwaukee, right? So if you had 5 folks wanting to start a slaughterhouse, right, that would be too much. Like that would be saturation to serve that Milwaukee market. And so if you think through, like if you had, you know, 50 people or, you know, 10 people who wanted to make salsa to serve, you know, your market, right? Like at what point are we reaching that point of saturation, right? And displacing sales. So it's kind of just that exercise of thinking through from that product side, there is a limit, right, to what what people are going to buy in your region. And so you want to help thinking about that diversification of products to ensure that folks are similarly, just like you are getting the sales you need, right? That so are your vendors. So it's all kind of flowing within the community. So this is sort of just a example to kind of think through that side of things. I dropped in another slide that's kind of the other direction from like the target customer side. And so I did some work with a nonprofit in Wisconsin who's based in Stevens Point, right? And so if we were to go to the census data, right, and kind of look at the population in Stevens Point, and then obviously this goes down to other things like income and employment and things that can help. And you start to see that, okay, let's say they have 25,000 people in Stevens Point. You can see how many people are in Wisconsin, right? Let's say they wanted to expand some of the services or programming they do in Stevens Point to like Wausau, Wisconsin Rapids, right? You might start to compare some of the demographics and the populations like from the census. That can give you a good, at least starting base indicator of the high level, you know, market that's available for you in those regions. And then if you already know kind of what percent of Stevens Point you're serving, let's say there's 25,000 people in Stevens Point, or if we're saying like Wilmar, the village, wherever you are, right? And let's say you know that you're seeing about 500 at the farmer's market each week, right? Then you start to get a feel for what percent of those folks are coming to the market, right? And so then if you were looking at expanding to another arena that had similar, maybe depending on how similar the demographics were, maybe that 500 is a good number of expectation for who you could think you could target or have come in for the same service. Maybe it goes up or down, but you can start to compare side by side and get a feel for what you might be able to expect from surrounding communities or villages. And so kind of census data can be a good help you get a bit of that information. And then I know that Meaning in the Countryside had brought this up and mentioned this in your initial training too, that there is also this Claritas website where you can look up by zip code. And once you look up by zip code, they kind of give you some consumer profile information. And so they might tell you that in this community, these sorts of people or these kind of groups of people tend to reside there. So like, for example, in Stevens Point, in the 54481 zip code, they segmented the population of Stevens Point into these groups of Metro grads, Striving Selfies, Generation Web, Home Sweet Home, American Classics, and you can get descriptions of what all of those mean on Claritas, and then you can start to get a feel for, okay, based on if I'm serving this amount of people in this community and these are their profiles, these are the ones that are probably coming to the market, right? And then you can start to compare them to other communities and see if they have the similar segmentation. But again, this would be kind of like another way to think about, okay, what is that full base population? And if it's a city or a village, right? And you know the population is 10,000 or 5,000, right? Start to narrow down what percent of that market are you getting or seeing, right? And if it's currently, this many people are coming to a market on a weekend, or kind of this many sales are coming through my online hub, right? And you kind of get that initial benchmark. And then you start to see what's reasonable to see that growth be. And so as you start out, all of that data that Renewing the Countryside is asking you to do, or that you're doing on a market at the market in your information tent to like track sales or track vendor sales, all of that is super important because it starts to it shows you some of these data points. And by tracking it, you start to see what your opportunity is and how you can think about that, how you're moving towards that 3-year plan that you have, or 3 to 5 year plan you have for your market hub. So we talk a lot, or we want to make sure we at least mention this, right? So like there's this important interaction, right, between your brand, sales, marketing, and distribution. And it's really important that you think about all of these components together, right? So we were just kind of talking about segmentation, right? And that not all customers are going to be in your community are going to come to your market, right? And so part of this whole process is figuring out the segments that are most likely to come to your market, right? And so if it is the young families, 30 to 40-year-old parents with kids with income above, 60,000 or whatever it is, right? Like these are the folks that are most likely to come to the market. Or it's retirees with grandchildren in the area, or whatever it is. So you kind of like segment who is the most likely person, and you can do this by watching, right? Like you're watching who's coming to your market, right? So you have a good visual cues to support this. You're seeing who's ordering. You kind of get your segmentation of those different groups that are coming. And then you start to target those groups, right? Like you figure out how are you going to market or promote or bring in more of those people, right? Like how do you are you capturing them all? How do you capture more of them? What is the point of saturation, right? There will be only so many in your community, but this is where kind of marketing and branding and all of this comes together. You want to segment, you want to find ways to target or get those people to come, or maybe they're at the market and you want to get them to use the online hub, or you want to get the folks who are coming to the market to get folks they know who might not come to the market but would use the online hub, right, to use it. Maybe they can bring it to their neighbors or something and they get a incentive, or however it works. But then in order for that targeting to be effective, right, you need to make sure that your positioning is really resonating with that target customer, right? And so you need to make sure that that business model works and that the items that you're selling, and so how they're priced or how they're presented on your online hub compared to how they are on the vendors like tables, to kind of how they are sorted and presented. So kind of all of that, making sure that you have the right products that folks want to buy, that they're packaged in ways to add value. So I know you're looking at market boxes, kind of other mechanisms, right, to add value or kind of aggregate and get folks to buy, that the pricing is making sense. It's easy for them to get it. And so if the distribution model is kind of simplified because folks are picking up stuff when they come to the hub, right? Or if you are doing some elements of distribution or delivery, that's clear, that it's accounted for in the pricing. And then your promotion is layered and in a line, right, with all of those processes. It's resonating with the target market, that segmentation, and kind of goes all the way up to your branding and how you talk about the hub and the market together.
And this can even be as simple as when you're doing your online store. One of the things we'll talk about later, not today, but when we're training on Open Food Network and stuff, is that, you know, if you have squash, you're going to want it easy for your customer to locate squash. And so having it squash, butternut, and having those being all the same, so that when your customer goes in there, they're not going to see some butternut squash under B because it goes under alphabetical, and some squash being under S because it's going under squash, and some, you know, we just want to make it easy for the customer to be able to find stuff. So it can be as simple as, you know, sorting things so that they're all found in the same spot like they are in a grocery store. It can be, there's so many different ways to do it, but yeah, I like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And then your landing page, right? When folks first come in, it might talk about like, squash just got in season, right? Like buy squash. You might be doing some promotion, right, for certain items that are, you know, just got in season or folks are really excited about, or certain ways to pair items together, right? Like squash soup, is great. Buy an apple with this, with that, right? So doing ways to kind of promote and help lead folks through that catalog that is hopefully, yeah, well organized and easy for them. I'm just noticing this typo. Proud. You should also be proud of your products. Sorry. Proud ducks. Okay. Thanks, Sarah. I don't know how much, I mean, I think you probably have vendors and I think you are selling some value added products. And I know you're navigating some of the like cottage food versus non-cottage food situations, but this is just a slide about kind of produce to value added products. And the original design of the slide is if you're going into kind of a retail environment, right? Like you're into wholesale, and that you're there's kind of different ways these are handled in the wholesale environment, and you probably have different ways that you're handling these within your Open Food Network environment. And so just being mindful of how say like a piece of broccoli might be different than, maybe that's a bad example, but like a piece of broccoli might be different than even like if there was a chopped broccoli or there was a tomato versus like a salsa is probably the more classic, right? Or tomato versus a locally made ketchup out of that tomato. And so just being mindful that these have different processes and different probably ways of managing them, and just making sure you have those systems set up in place. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a retail store, you'd be working with a different category buyer. There'd be different velocity or movement expectations where you might want to see 3 to 5 turn a week, and you'd kind of have to manage the relationships a little differently. And so if anybody's going into like a really strong wholesale arena with some of this stuff, this may become a little bit more relevant, and we could talk about that offline, or we could talk about that more in your specific situation or case. So when we talk about food hubs as a whole, right, they're kind of looking at helping with value chain optimization, right? They're kind of looking at solving problems that conventional supply chains and food systems have big players working to do, right? Like, so there's large brokers, large distributors, there's importers, there's this whole infrastructure that is set up in this kind of conventional food system to allow things to move, right? And so food hubs are kind of coming in to help solve some of these problems for that small and more regional player in the food system. And so this slide is just a call to kind of how there's different food hub business models that solve different problems within kind of the value chain. And similar to how we talk about kind of standing out in a understood market, right? These folks, as you solve these problems in a food hub, right, you have to make it work against a more a large infrastructure that is able to leverage scale, right? And so finding efficiencies in the way you work becomes super important, and it can be more difficult to layer on multiple aspects of these and remain efficient because it's being done at a smaller scale. So for example, you might not see somebody like a hub solving the problem of, shipping and aggregating and cooling and value added processing, right? Because all of that will add up, and the investment in infrastructure to do each of those things right at that smaller to regional scale will be kind of challenging. So you often see 1 or 2 items being really leaned into. And so just a color reminder to that, like, sometimes there can be this urge to take on another component, but being really intentional to figuring out what's going to work and allow you to remain efficient, allow you to remain profitable, right? And generating revenue in your community as you start to think out for what do I want this hub to ideally be in the next 3 years or plus. From a pricing side, right, or a revenue generating side, we know that the margins in food are kind of low. So like the net gain you get for adding on an additional layer isn't always that high. And so just a reminder from the side of things too, right? Often you're looking at removing a component to capture that margin in order to be efficient, and you kind of need it to work out. So again, just thinking about that system as a whole and the place that you can play in your community and in your region and with your market hub. You guys are kind of ahead of the game here in the sense of, like, often in order for a hub to work, they are having, or a lot of hubs, I should say, right, are investing in a facility, right? Like they might be actually having a warehouse to do aggregation, or they have some infrastructure within their model. Your model is really great in that it's leveraging existing farmers market infrastructure, right? And so kind of acknowledging that that infrastructure need is often a cost center, right, for a hub and something they have to think about in the business model. And for you guys, you're kind of solving that, leveraging some of this this market infrastructure, and that's really great. And so keeping that in mind as like an advantage, to your point, these are a lot of the things that we have to talk about with other hubs as they're thinking through that. The staffing side, though, that is still relevant, right? And we've talked about that already a bit today. It's just, you know, really almost that flip side of like thinking about that volunteer experience, that staffing experience, like how are you going to keep your market running, serve the needs of your community? Where are the spaces that a volunteer is super helpful? Where are the places that a staff member is helpful, right? There's going to be some tasks that are going to be more efficient if you don't have to train a volunteer on them every 6 months or every 2 months, right? And so kind of leveraging and optimizing how you're using your workflow, how you're using your community, your I guess even your vendors to some extent too, right? Your board, just to ensure there isn't that burnout and you can keep things churning along, right? Like I think it's fantastic that if you can have a treasurer that sticks around for 10 or 20 years, like that is amazing, right? Like how do we recreate that in other spaces? How do we ensure that you guys all don't burn out, right? And that you stay this season and beyond and can kind of carry some of that institutional knowledge forward, create great documentation for whenever you are bringing in someone else after you, right? So just being really mindful of, I guess, recognizing your value in the staff and also with other folks coming in and the support you have from other folks to help you answer some of these questions from like Jane and Kathy and Renewing the Countryside when it comes to things like insurance, regulations, quality insurance. Thanks for calling that out, Jane, like those kind of food safety elements, since you're working with food products. It's super, those are key points that you want to have knowledgeable, experienced folks helping you with. And so encourage you to continue to leverage all the great resources like peer-to-peer calls or learning or time you can with that group. So this is probably more like minor cash so if you're a large scale hub and you're selling into institutions, there's a lot of cash management you need to do because you're buying inventory, you're buying packaging, right? And you guys are doing this too at a smaller scale. So this is still relevant when you think about managing your cash, right? Is that at some point you're going to have to buy all the packaging you need. You're going to make a big packaging purchase. You'll be buying, I think for you at least, your ingredient inventory probably turns pretty quick because you're purchasing what you need from a farmer and then it's going out and turned into cash through a sale on the hub. And so you see that cash hit you pretty quickly, but you'll have some things that you'll have to buy a lot of, or ideally you want to buy in higher volumes to get a lower cost, because if you buy 500 boxes, right, it's going to be cheaper than 50 boxes. And so whatever that is, and that cash will go out the door and you'll be sitting on that inventory, and then you'll be, as you pack a market box and you sell it, right, you get one box turns into cash. And so you have sort of a delay in when you see some of that cash come back to you. And so you need to be able to fund that difference between, you know, paying for larger items at one time, but knowing that you're going to get your revenue at a different time. And so that's kind of this bucket of cash management, of making sure that you have income to fund any of those, or you have cash to fund any of those arenas, right? And it could be that you are selling enough from your online sales at the market, the stuff that's turning into cash, that it does fund that. It could be that you have some grant funds coming in. Maybe you're getting some income from participating in this project, I believe, from Renewing the Countryside. you maybe get some donations to the hub. You, I don't know if any of the markets have line of credits, but like you find, thank you, Sarah, vendor fees, like if you're paying those vendor fees up front, might be what's helping you kind of make these initial purchases. Yep, your community sponsorships, those community partners that are investing in. And so those are things that you might get, contracts you might get signed at the start of the year that are giving you your kind of starting money to manage that working capital or to help you manage those operational needs for your hub. And so that's really important, just kind of knowing when certain expenses fall, when you start to see the income trail, so that you know that you have the money you need to manage it through a season. And we'll talk a little bit more about this as we go into more of the finances tomorrow. But we talk about kind of cost and revenue sources a lot today on that business model. So just getting folks familiar kind of with this cycle and why kind of month to month and thinking about this can matter. But yeah, those sponsorships I think tend to be really key here as well. We always have to mention seasonality for any products, but obviously in particular for farmers markets, is just thinking through too that there is often a seasonality effect on profitability and cash flow, right? So if you're running a year-round market, my guess is that your sales are stronger in the summer than they are in the winter, right? Or maybe they're stronger in the summer through fall, and maybe they're pick up a lot during that Christmas holiday time, and then they're low in January and February, right? But you still have the same labor cost that you're covering, but your sales are down, and so you have to be able to manage across seasonality on top of managing across kind of those cycles that we were talking about there too. And so this is just a call. There's that kind of seasonality layer to put on top of how you're thinking about the profitability of your business and how you're kind of managing it across the year. So this is our slide that kind of talks about how food businesses grow in steps, right? And so regardless of like if you're just starting out, right, you're going to have some infrastructure needs and you're going to have some marketing needs. You're going to have some baseline kind of capital and growth needs to help you start out, right? And then you'll be able to, that will get you through, you know, maybe 0 to, I don't know, if you're a market hub, maybe it's 10 grand if you're a hub, maybe it's like $150,000 if you're a business, maybe it's a couple $100,000 if you're a larger hub. And then all of a sudden, to get to that next level of growth, say you want to get to, you know, 25 grand, or you want to get to, you know, 300,000 if you're a food brand, or 500,000. Now you're going to need this next level of infrastructure investment and capital and all of that to fund growth, right? And so as you create your plans for growth, you will need additional resources, right, to meet those needs. And so, and often you will need them a few times. And so just recognizing as you think about your plans for the next 3 years that you'll probably have a couple steps in there, right? You'll have what you're going to need to get started this year. And then maybe you'll be wanting to add a couple other elements in year 2, and you're going to go up the step, right? And you're going to have some additional needs to make, you know, veggie RX, or to make wholesale, or to make whatever happen in your community, right? And then maybe in year 3, you decide, oh, I want to have I need a small refrigerated truck, or I need cooler space because I want my aggregation to get to this point, or I really want to lean into proteins more. And in order to do that, I need to make this happen, right? Because 50% of my vendors are selling meat, but I need to like keep it cool, or whatever it may be. So just acknowledging that we're going to see a little bit of that, and you might have a different strategy for how you kind of finance or fund the infrastructure at each of these steps or points in your growth trajectory or plan. This is not the end, but there was a brief question mark pause in case folks weren't chatting in using the chat before we went into the last few slides before we go to lunch. So I'll just pause for a couple seconds. I'll take a sip of water and see if anybody wants to add anything.
I was just in the process of writing a question in the chat, so that was perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, your nose was itching. I have a general question. As far as creating a business plan, I know it's nice to do some initial thinking up front, but does it make sense to wait on doing the bulk of it kind of after you've talked to some customers? Like, I'm thinking specifically wholesale, to talk to customers and producers to kind of get a feel for what the potential is, and then dive into making a business plan based off of that information?
Yeah, so I think absolutely, right? You want to kind of vet your assumptions. And so I think that one way to think about it, right, is that you can say, well, in year one, we are going to explore wholesale, but you're going to see if it works out or not. And so you definitely want to have those conversations. So I guess the reason I'm pausing a little bit is like, I don't want it to stop you from putting like a lean business model canvas on paper. And maybe you say you're going to look into wholesale to see if it works in the next 3 years. But once you put it on paper, you're gonna validate, right, everything that you put down. And so yes, if you put wholesale down, you need to make sure that that is going to work. And if you haven't had those conversations, you'll have those conversations with the customers, with the institutions. You'll create those relationships, and then none of these documents are static. Is that the word I want? Like, you will iterate on these, right? Like, so I think sometimes there's anxiety with like, do I put something on paper now? And I think I always encourage folks to just put something down just so you have something to iterate on and respond to, right? Exactly. They are living docs. They change as you go. You will continually be iterating on and adjusting your assumptions based on the reality of what you see in your community. And so if it turns out that you're seeing it's sounding like wholesale isn't going to work, or maybe it's just wholesale you just thought it was going to work in schools, but it's going to work in hospitals instead, right? You'll start to refine that as you have those conversations and work towards implementation. Does that make sense or answer the question?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, awesome, Bjorn. Anyone else? All right, well, that was perfect. We will keep trucking. I think I can't see my slide count, but I think there's like 10 left.
I love that. I was just going to ask about the break if anybody wanted, but if you have 10 left.
Yeah, we'll get through because we'll be going into lunch here soon.
And I pulled your screen down so we could see faces, so you might have to reshare again. Sorry about that, but thank you.
No, that's fine. I'm finding it, and I appreciate that. Like, let's. We have folks with camera on. It's good to be able to see each other.
Right, and the question mark. Seeing faces is always the bomb.
Yeah, no, the question mark is. Okay. So, just gonna talk a little bit more about some business models, how we've kind of think about food hub business models and how we've seen them work, right? And so I think broadly, when we're working with food hubs, the ones that we see them either go to where the market is, right? Or stay small and sell direct market to consumers. And so where the market is, right, we might see a cross docking, brokerage, or like a stocking distributor. And so this might be where folks are they have a warehouse, they're bringing in a bunch of products, right? Maybe they're adding another thing. Like if we go back to the different parts of the value chain, right? Maybe they're adding processing, they're kind of doing a couple things really well. And then they're bringing the product, right? So they have that distribution part or some sort of arena where they're bringing the product to an end user, a customer, a wholesaler, a retailer, institution, whomever it may be, right? And then you have those are staying small and selling direct marketing to consumers, right? So think of your CSAs, ones that are going to like the retail market or restaurant, and this may be using a online platform. It may be using Excel spreadsheets, however it may be, right? But we kind of see two different key paths, right? So we kind of call these business model paths that a hub may follow, right? And I think if we talk about, I think I have us going a little bit deeper into the where the market is, but this farmers market hub, you guys are kind of fitting that stay small and direct market to consumers. But just to talk through what some of these things mean, and then you guys can think about how your business model, right? Like these would be, we talk about your business model kind of in the same way, right? So if we had food hubs that go where the market is, right? So a cross-stocking brokerage, right? So we have the Wisconsin Food Hub Cooperative in Wisconsin, right? And they're a sales agent for a group of farmers, and they're bringing in products from those farmers, right? And they're consolidating them, and they are working with buyers to get purchase orders, and then they're distributing the product, right? From on behalf of those farmers or members to, like a Roundy's or someone who has purchased the product, right? They have to manage a lot of quality assurance from all of those farms. So there's a lot of quality, there's a lot of things they have to manage from each individual farm to make those happen. They have to deal with payment terms, right? Like they're waiting a long time for invoices to get paid because they have to invoice per 30-day terms, and then they have to wait for someone to pay back, right? And so you, in your model, right, you're turning cash a lot more quickly, which is what you want to see, right? Like the shortest amount of payment terms you can get is great. And what's shorter than somebody like paying online right away and seeing that revenue hit your bank account, or somebody paying at that market stall, right, to the vendor and leaving with their product right away. The stocking distributor model, this might be where somebody is holding small amounts of products across different categories and then distributing them to, so maybe they're not as large a volume customers, and they're carrying more products in smaller quantities to meet an end consumer's need, but you're still taking on a lot of that infrastructure and that distribution, and it would need a lot of capital to start it up. There are some folks who are doing this value added processing, right? And so they're adding on this component of not only bringing in product, but then having to source identify it and watch it be transparent through this additional value added processing. And so then there's another layer of packaging, another layer of quality control and assurance, and another layer of capital needs within these models. And so these are some of those kind of higher infrastructure food hub business models we see to just kind of help you see some of the different ways business models present in this kind of food hub arena. When we start to look at food hubs that stay small and direct market, right? This might be where you see some of those kind of cooperative CSAs, right? So community CSA, there's one in Bayfield, Wisconsin that does this, and also Intervale, right? So they're getting full retail margin because they're selling direct to the consumer, right, at that price point. And so this is a lot of what you're able to do in your market hub. You're reaching, again, you're in that small market, but you're kind of capturing a good share of it. You're handling the quality within that region. You have some scale limitations, right? Because you're kind of working within your market region, but we're trying to just, to the extent of which we're just trying to make it work and solve a community problem, right? That becomes, again, one of this question of like, how is your mission and profitability align, right? Like scaling is not always, doesn't always have to be part of the conversation if we're just trying to solve a community problem and show that we can make the model fund itself, right? Or flow, make enough money that it can sustain itself in this community. You might see, dedicated retail stores. You might see things associated with an urban farm or a farm at a medical center. So there's a little bit maybe of this aggregation component. And then I dropped in this slide from the Renewing the Countryside from Sarah George's presentation, because again, this is the model that you guys have kind of fits this, right? It's that small direct to consumer market, right? So your farmers market hub kind of business model is another example of this, right? And so really thinking about this from that business model perspective of you are going direct to consumer, you may be going to institutions, but you're still capturing, you're not going through a broker or a distributor, you are still going. So as we talked about, how do you capture more of that value chain, right? You have to remove that middleman of the distributor or the broker, right? And so you folks are doing that. So you get to capture more of that margin or more of the money equated to that sale, right? To help fund your costs of doing business. So with that, I added this one in a little bit just because we talk a lot about that when we have conversations with nonprofits, right? And they're looking to diversify their business model with some sort of this like value chain work or some of this food hub concept, right? Like, how do we see these work? There's sometimes this idea that we're going to add this program to our nonprofit and it's going to generate a lot of money, and then that money is going to make us a true social enterprise, and it's going to go back in and like fund other work that the nonprofit does. In reality, we see that that doesn't often work, right? Because that it's unrealistic to expect that something like that will happen, right? That you will generate a ton of revenue that will be able to fund other aspects of your work. More often than not, what we see is that for a food hub business model to align with the mission of a nonprofit, it's often subsidizing some component of the work that is happening, right? So for example, it might be subsidizing a portion of the cost of goods sold of an expense, right? And that could look like it's using volunteer labor. It's using labor as workforce development, right? And so whereas labor might normally cost, $20 an hour, if it's volunteer labor, you all of a sudden don't have that expense, right? Or if it's workforce development, part of that labor cost might be coming from a contract, right? It might be subsidized by a contract with a workforce development agency. So the individual still getting paid the same amount, but you are only paying a portion of it. So then your costs are lower than say the competition, right? You can still price at some level, or you can price lower because your costs are lower. You might also see this with subsidized space, right? And so, if you aren't paying rent to utilize the parking lot that your hub is in, right? That's an expense other folks might have to pay for a warehouse for, right? And so because that space is not an expense, you're able to make your business model break even or something like that, right? You're subsidizing distribution, maybe somebody else is taking this on for you or doing it at a reduced cost because they believe in your mission, right? So there's often some sort of component where you're making a choice to allocate some resources or some like volunteer labor, you're leveraging a partnership to reduce your cost, which is what's making this work. Or you have to make a really intentional shift to expand your mission or to shift your mission a little bit, right? And so, for example, if you're a nonprofit who's considering taking part in this, you might have to all of a sudden just make a decision of, oh boy, do we want to take on real estate? Is that really part of our mission, right? How do we want to make that? Is that fit? Our mission is to increase access to local food, right? But we don't run a facility, we don't manage a facility. But do we want to, right? Does this next step, do we want to expand our mission and devote staff to doing this? Do we want to take on a delivery component? Do we want to do this thing, right? So kind of going through that exercise of like what really makes sense and what fits in. And none of these are wrong. Like none of these decisions, none of these paths are wrong. It's just we kind of have that extra layer of aligning with the mission of the nonprofit, aligning with and recognizing what that does to our staff needs, our staff expertise, and the overall pull that each of our nonprofit programs have on some of these limited resources, right? Like volunteer labor, because if you're using volunteers for one program, maybe you're not using them as much for another program, right? And so it just becomes part of the conversation that we like to highlight. Ooh. Okay. So I added in just a couple slides because on this lean business model canvas, you'll see that we talk a little bit about cost structure, revenue streams, and some of this stuff. And so I just brought in a few things to just remind you of kind of when we talk about revenue for your market hubs, right? You have a funding mix sheet from Renewing the Countryside that talks about your revenue in these ways of earned revenue, donations and grant, reimbursements. And so as you think about revenue, right? And I did the same thing. I laughed. Somebody early said I called SNAP EBT and EBT two different things, right? And I have them in here as two different things, even though they're the same. So I'm with you, sister, whoever said that earlier. But I think keeping in mind, right, like your earned revenue will have underneath it different ways you get earned revenue, right? So you'll have a strategy of, I'm going to bring in earned revenue from my online sales, my market share boxes, my wholesale sales, you know, whatever it is. So thinking about like, what are those things? And then within those different line items, right, you might have different script or mechanisms for how you're getting online sales, but that's getting like a layer deeper than we really need to go when you're thinking about your sources of revenue here, right? So you may have a strategy for, you know, SNAP and EBT and POP and WIC and like other ways that you're accepting online sales. But when we talk about how you're bringing the revenue in, it's really like, yeah, is it online sales? Is it market share boxes? Is it wholesale sales? Veggie RX, like kind of what comes in there. And then you'll have layers of donations, grants and contracts. Sometimes I separate out donations and grants and contracts only because in my brain, when I think of donations, I think of unrestricted funds. Like somebody just gives you $100 to spend on whatever you want to fund the organization, whereas you might get a grant or contract that has a really specific use. And so it's restricted. You have to use it to buy pop-up tents for vendors or for to deliver educational programming, a series of 6 educational programs at your markets that support ABCD. But and then you may have some, so those are just getting you thinking about revenue in some of those ways that will be. It's also a little teaser from when we talk more about financial stuff tomorrow. Same for costs, just thinking again about kind of fixed costs that stay the same despite how much you sell. And so you'll have, you know, licenses, insurances, kind of costs of just being at the market. You'll have, yeah, the platform, right? Like the online ordering platform. And this on the right is just a snapshot of some of the expenses that Renewing the Countryside kind of calls out. We also have some variable costs, right? So things that will change depending on how much you sell. So you might, if you have 100 market boxes, you'll need more labor than if you have 0, right? Some weeks, and you'll need more packaging depending on, or different levels of ingredients depending on what you're selling. And so kind of what does it cost you to kind of do the work that you're doing? And then I'd be remiss not to just do a little bit of a walk through this of it, depending on kind of where you're selling your products, right? If you have an online listing, you have a market share box, you have a wholesale, kind of when we talk about pricing or what it costs for you to sell a product, right? You will obviously have your ingredient cost. So whatever it costs you for the carrots or the broccoli or whatever is going in there, you'll have your packaging cost. So if that broccoli has to go into a plastic bag, and then that plastic bag has to go into a plastic box, if that bag has to have a label, or if that box has to have a label, kind of, so thinking about those all matter. the labor it takes to pick, pack, or aggregate, and then kind of any other overhead costs, right? So you kind of think about all of those items to let you know how much it costs you to kind of produce an offering to a customer, right? And so you'll see in the bottom left there, I just did like a rough cost for a carrot for 75 cents, where maybe it was 10 cents for packaging, maybe it cost 10 cents in labor to get that carrot packaged, right? And maybe there's 5 cents of, you know, kind of overhead that I needed to make that carrot happen. If it were to take me $1 to kind of cost out that carrot, and then I wanted to get a 33% margin on that carrot, I would need to charge $1. My price would have to be $1.50, right, to the customer for that carrot, right? But if I were to sell that carrot to a wholesaler at $1.50, they would have to add their margin on it, right? And so if I sell it to the local co-op at $1.50, and you'll see there's a margin calculator on the right, and that retailer wants to make 35% off of whatever I sell them, they're going to sell it for $2.31, right? And so I need to make sure that my pricing matches across different markets, right? So my price to the consumer then in this case should probably be closer to that 231, or I need to price better for the retailer so that they're coming in at about $1.50 if that's the price I want my carrot to be. And so we can talk more about this, but just being kind of mindful about thinking through the different channels and making sure that if you are going through various ones, that you have your pricing setting you up for success. Okay, look at this, 11:13. So this lean business model canvas is a really efficient way. So, you know, to document the components of your business without having to do like a 20-page business plan and kind of getting into the weeds about it. So it's kind of a way to be really efficient. It's a way to kind of, what do they say, like fail fast forward, right? Like you kind of document your assumptions and expectations here on your lean business model. You kind of go out and test. So kind of to Bjorn, I think to your question, right? Like you put this down, and if wholesale is one of your channels, you go out and test, and you come back to this and you iterate it on it if it doesn't work. Again, living documentation. And so, and what is really nice about this lean business model canvas is it has these two areas in the middle, unique value proposition and unfair advantage, that really speak to that defensible uniqueness that we spent a lot of time talking about this morning. And so what we're going to do kind of for the rest of the day today, and when we come back from lunch, is we're going to walk through this lean business model canvas. Sarah has offered to be our kind of like a case study so that you can hear kind of how one might complete this for a market hub. So we're going to do an example and kind of complete this with Sarah and with, is it with Red Wing, right, Sarah? Or
yes,
with Red Wing. So we'll kind of complete this live. You'll kind of see how we use the canvas, and then we're going to break up into breakout rooms, and you'll have some time to work on this lean business model canvas for your hub, for your market. And you'll get some visits from folks to ensure to ask questions, to bounce ideas off of. So you'll complete this for your hub, and we'll come back together then and share out. You'll all have an opportunity to kind of share what you're thinking with the group and to hear what other folks are thinking, which is super valuable because it might help you, you know, already start to iterate on your canvas, right? And this is a really great exercise to help you think about the hub at this kind of higher level business model level, and really I think will help you as you carry this forward into the season. And I am on like 11:15 on the dot on my end. And so I'm going to stop sharing. And I don't know, Sarah, or if anyone wants to say anything before we kind of break for lunch for 45 minutes until about noon.
I think that was fantastic and a lot of information. And I'm excited to actually break it out into that Canvas this afternoon. So it could have been overwhelming for you to hear some of that. Maybe some of it was new, maybe some of it was already known information, but I can't wait to break out into actually doing it this afternoon so that you can have an idea of what it looks like. So doing it live, going through that model, and then thinking about this in each of your communities.
Ooh, I saw some of this. I like that. You're either cold or you're excited to get going in the afternoon. And I don't know, Sarah, you probably say this, like, I think we often say, feel free to leave your Zoom up, just like mute and turn your camera off, go get your food, go do what you need to do and check in on things you need to check in on. And then join us back at noon. And if when you come back, you want to turn your video on and we'll know folks are back and we can start going into the afternoon.
There we go.
See how refreshed people look. How, yes, the lunch is sitting in. I had some nice thawed soup, you know, it's getting warm. So I'm trying to get through all my freezer soup before we get into, you know, the nice summer and spring, and I can, you know, drink cold smoothies or maybe have some, you know, other temperature foods.
Yes. Yes. Yum. Yay.
Always takes a few minutes to get back. I know. How many people had a furry friend they had to let out during lunch? A couple. Yep. I removed that from today and left it with my husband because I came into the office.
It's warmer out there, so she's liking to go gallivanting. So,
ooh, I bet. Oh wait, are we seeing a furry
look at
friend?
Allison.
Look at there, Allison. Oh, look at that,
sweetie.
Some snuggles.
Oh,
I love it.
Love seeing fur babies. Oh, look at
another one waving. Hi, Christine. Oh, look at that kitty smushy face. Oh my gosh, I want to smush it. Oh, Christine, sorry. I got distracted and called you Kristen. I apologize. Oh, are we gonna get a name, Christine?
This is Count.
Count.
I didn't name him. My nephew named him Count Chocula, and I just call him Count or County. But
I love it.
He was all comfortable on my lap. I have a heated blanket on my lap, so it's kind of chilly. So he really likes that, but he's kind of annoyed right now because he was really comfortable. But that way you can see him.
You made me have to show my
Yeah,
face.
he's big. He's big. I don't know if you
He
can
looks
see how big.
kind of, yeah.
He's kind of Maine Cooney.
So
You know,
Laura,
like
it
a-
looks like
he's
you were
kinda like
right,
a
kind of
Maine
Maine Cooney. Yeah.
But yeah, so if you see this big fluffy tail, I have another cat, and when we ended and my video was off, he walked across my laptop right there earlier. And I wish it would have been, because that would have been funny, but they waited. So that was nice.
Now
But
that we've
anyhow,
acknowledged that, I'm sure we'll see it in the second half.
Well, I'm hoping, that would have been funny, but I'm going to mute myself since I'm chewing.
My coworker's cat will always show up, but she will do this thing, like she'll kind of go on the table, right? So height with me, but she'll turn around so I get the not pretty side. And I'll be like, well, thank you. I'm like, I hope you're not trying to tell me something, Shelby. You're like, look at my cat's butt. I'm just like, It happens. It happens.
That means that they're comfortable with you and they like you.
Oh, okay, perfect,
they do
perfect. It's a plus, if anything. Sarah, what do you think? Should we give a couple minutes still, or should we dig in?
I think we can go. The recording has started. I think some people may be wrapping up their lunch, so they have their cameras off, but I think we're going to be just fine.
Okay, excellent.
Because there's a recording. I say we green light it.
Let's green light it. Wonderful. All right. Well, I hope everybody, got to move around a little bit, got some nourishment, and we'll kind of pick it up, which is great because this gets to be a little bit more engagement. I always love when we can do a case study and kind of pull out and share the conversation with someone else in the room. And so I'll share my screen here in a minute. And then I just want to confirm, does everybody have, maybe I'll just do a quick here. So everybody should hopefully have gotten an email from me that has the day one bootcamp as a PDF, so the presentation, and then this lean business model Canvas Word document. Is there anyone who, does everyone have that accessible? Am I sharing the wrong screen?
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Yep. If anybody didn't find it in their email and needs to find it, I put the links up on our farmersmarkethub.org website in the For Managers section. There's a new subsection now called Food Finance Institute. So if you go there, you will be able to get it.
Awesome. You guys are so good. You guys are the best support. Yeah. So just a call to that. So if you want to download or have that lean business model Canvas document kind of in your brain or even on your screen, we'll be talking through that with Sarah and just kind of start, like as you're hearing stuff, just kind of let your brain think about your market, how you might apply this to your market, and then know that after this, we'll be using those breakout rooms and you'll be kind of actually putting down your kind of plans or thoughts for your market during that time and sharing. So kind of just listen, brainstorm. You'll have that hour where you'll be putting some stuff on the Word document or paper, however you work. And then, we'll get to do some work on your businesses and then we'll get to share, which is always the great part. Both parts are great, but I really like the afternoon of these sessions. So I am going to share my screen with this lean business model Canvas up. You can see, so we're going to do Red Wing today with Sarah as our wonderful representative of Red Wing and kind of talking us through this kind of canvas for the red circumstance. All right, Sarah, let's dig in. Why don't we start? So if we go up here on the left, so this is the problem. So kind of what problems are you seeking to solve for your customers? So not your problems, but sort of your customers' problems. And ideally, maybe there's like a couple, there might be one or two or three that are being highlighted here. And then the flip side of this, which we can kind of do whatever would be your solution. So kind of how are you solving that problem for your customers out there in Red Wing?
Absolutely. I had been taking notes and thinking through how I was going to respond to this today during your presentation. So if I was looking down, that's why. I think the problem in Red Wing would be access to local food. There's shorter market hours, because you only have the farmers market on Saturdays. And so having access, I think if we could have more access, some people work Saturdays. And so thinking through that. Also, as a market manager, I always feel extremely responsible when there's still produce sitting on the tables for my vendors. So I'm going to say lower sales, extra produce would potentially be a problem. I don't know if that's
that for me again, Sarah, like lower produce, like
there's extra produce at the vendor
Like less
stall.
waste? Okay.
I would
No.
say that vendors didn't sell out at the farmer's market. And to me, I see that as a problem. And so I want to have an extra revenue stream for my vendors.
So you're kind of thinking, so if we go up to this one, this would be kind of, if we're thinking about maybe you having 2 customers, and if this one is your consumer, you're looking to solve this problem of access to local food. Why don't we start with that one? What's the solution you're providing to that problem for your customer?
I would say
The
the
consumer.
farmer's market food hub, like the hubs and the aggregation would be the solution.
And are they able to access that at hours then outside of the market?
Absolutely. So they can do that. They can order all through the week and make sure that they are reserving those sales or those products all throughout the week. And
so the access is that they can order at any time, but they're still picking it up through that market window. But the problem is really that, you know, that you want them to be able to order it at any time they want, but the pickup isn't the issue, that it's just a 2-hour window. It's them knowing that they can order and plan for the week is sort of what you're solving. Some more of that, like, maybe it's like planning, purchasing.
Yep. Yep.
And then from the kind of other side, you have sort of this customer that is your vendors, right? Because you're kind of selling the booths and you're kind of, those consumers are still funneling to the vendors. And so when you talk about your vendor problem of being able to sell out the produce, kind of your solution there then is.
Your microphone just kind of did a goofy thing and it's kind of doing an
Oops, can you
echo.
hear me?
So something.
Hold on 1 second.
Is this better?
Yes, way better. Thank you.
I think I just always have to keep the Bluetooth mic plugged in, which is strange to me, but thank you for calling that out.
Absolutely. So for
Yes.
the vendors, I think adding something that drives those online sales, maybe it's Veggie RX or wholesale, would be my solution. So not only having the online sales, but actually adding something that would drive those sales. Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed the other one you said already, Veggie RX and.
I'm thinking wholesale.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
Mhm.
Mhm. And I think as you, okay, yeah, whoops, insert, nope. All right. I think those are some great starts here that kind of speak to that. If we come over here to this unique value proposition, kind of the single, clear, compelling message that states you are different and worth buying or worth buying from, right? Like, what is going to make someone come to that market hub or come to that market? What is your clear, compelling message?
So I have 5 bullet points and I want you to, before you type them up, think through like how to word this. Because to me, I think we have the ability to have a one-stop shop where they can stop throughout the week with drive-through and delivery options. And with community connections, which provides increased access. We do have a lot of vendors that sell out at the farmers market. So we have some that just like have product left over at the table, but we also have those vendors that sell out and you can reserve your favorite items on the online. So one-stop shop with drive-through and delivery options. where you can shop anytime throughout the week. Community connections with increased access to local food. Does that make sense? Am I on anywhere near where I need to be?
I think so. I also think you're identifying maybe some more of the solution side, right? Of what you're solving for your customer a little bit, right? Because you talked about this, you talk about the access to local food and you market the hub, right? But then you also mentioned that you have this one-stop shop with like drive-through and delivery, right? It's almost like there's some convenience and accessibility to there.
Yes.
So there's probably part of a customer problem there maybe that you're solving with that's beyond. So, and I think as you start to think about your customer segments, you'll probably refine your customer problem a little bit. And so if
Sure.
your customer's main problem is like, how do I plan and purchase food, right? But maybe the customer's problem is more of the going back to this, like you kind of had said access, and maybe it's access / accessibility, and it's more of these various mediums in which, and that delivery, right? And convenience, the fact that there's all these different arenas for anytime and with delivery or pickup options. Maybe we add that in here a little bit.
Okay.
And so here, if we're kind of going into that, and what is the region you're in? Is it Red Wing? Because you're geographically bound, right?
Yeah, it's good. So we do Red Wing, Hastings, and Lake City is where we can deliver to. But it's kind of Goodhue County, but we can go right across the border because that's the interesting piece of this one is that I'm right underneath the bridge in both Red Wing and
Sure.
Waukesha, right on the border for, so.
I mean, maybe we don't need that, but I'm just going to add it in here because there is like a geographic. So why are you worth buying? You're the one-stop shop for local source identified food. Maybe you're the one-stop trusted shop. Maybe you're trusted because you have those relationships. Maybe there's a category of food you call out here that makes you really unique when you think about it. But I think starting with this kind of initial, here's what you're offering, here's the value that you're offering, and then there may be some adjective or some other thing that like really clarifies this, right, as you're working through this canvas. And in particular, when you come over to this side where you start to talk about what sets you apart for the competition, right? What do you have that can't be easily copied or bought, right?
So I was listening earlier and you said that no brick and mortar leveraging the farmers market's infrastructure with local foods, nonprofit with lots of community engagement. So we have a lot of community members that support the farmers market in Red Wing.
Well, and you're the only farmers market, right?
Yep.
So like you are the farmers market, right?
Correct.
So that's pretty, that's a pretty unfair advantage. There's not, and there probably won't be. I mean, if there was another one, it would probably have to really show their need, right? And because of that, exactly as you were saying, you have a lot of these really unique community partnerships and acre partnerships and engagements.
And other co-ops or food hubs have to have that infrastructure in place, and I like a brick and mortar, and we don't. I think, that without having that brick and mortar, that gives us an unfair advantage. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, less overhead / infrastructure
And
needs.
Quite honestly, having this whole team of 10 markets, I've done this for several years, but having this whole team of markets to support us with ideas and as obstacles and wins, successes happen in each community. You know, this peer support group is, I think, a huge advantage.
I like how you worded that, because it's sort of like it's a tendril from like your community engagements and partnerships, but because you have this kind of peer support group, this technical assistance, you're kind of solidifying this unfair advantage as you guys lean into these markets that already exist, that you learn lessons from each other. You're kind of further establishing that unfair advantage because you're kind of helping each other learn, right? Like each new hub is going to learn more quickly than the last, right? From lessons learned from other hubs. And so I think as a whole, you're really empowering this infrastructure across the state. And it's almost like, I bet, you know, renewing the countryside, right? You could do a lean business model canvas for like all of the hubs together, like with this grant. And I think you'd see some of these threads come up to that top, right? Because you're really building a network across the state where I think we'll see some of this stuff build up. So yeah, I think that is a valuable component as well. So when we go to customer segments, right? This is that not everyone in your community is going to be your target customer, but who are you seeing is your target customer? And you'll see 2 or 3, you know, different profiles sketched out that are really speaking to your best customer.
So this is an interesting one. And originally I was thinking the farmers and the consumers because we're kind of putting it on both. But then I started wondering, you know, with the Veggie RX, I'd really like to put a focus on Veggie RX and those in the community with the greatest disparities. And because that's who we're going to be shooting those Veggie RX clientele, you know, and then wholesale comes up. And so I'm all over the board on this one. And I think that that's one of the issues, like when I went through this a few years back with Tara Johnson, originally she's like, get your focus in there. But with our food hubs, to have a little bit of an array was what she, after sitting with us, thought was good. So I'm not sure on this one, Sarah.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple ways that layer this in, right? So if you think about who you're seeing at the hubs or who you're seeing ordering, right? You might get a couple profiles that are like young adults in their late 20s who are, or early 20s in college who are bringing, I don't know what it is, or like that young families with kids that are between, you know, 1 and 10, and they're coming and purchasing for the home, and and then you can start to add the psychographics of if you can tell things about their income or if they're working in certain fields. And so I would challenge you to get like 1 or 2 that are kind of like those profiles, and then think in your brain, those are the ones who are coming to market, but those are also the ones who are probably going to be shopping at the wholesalers you sell to. And so they kind of become the same. So if that's who's coming to the market, then you're going to be finding wholesalers that have those same customers going there. So like the restaurants that sell that products, the co-op.
And so that's, are you guys still hearing me? My phone, my computer's doing
I
weird.
just did a goofy thing again.
Sorry about that.
We often get, it's funny because we often get, and now that you say that, like, who do you regularly see? I'm shocked at how many electric vehicles we get in Red Wing that do our drive-through, that are consistently thinking about the environment and thinking about health. So we get the yoga instructors and we get the
Mhm.
dentist offices that are taking thoughtfulness about, so working families that are busy working families with young children. And then the
And I also heard like environmentally conscious.
yes, healthy, focused, you know, health conscious, health focused, health, yeah.
Working families, is that what I heard?
Yes. That makes a lot of sense. And that is who we get, that are very supportive of local, actually. So we have those regulars that not only do they shop at the farmers market, but they also shop online and pre-order anytime they can't be in person.
I know sometimes you can name them if you want, like the diehards, the passionate local food advocates, and maybe you're seeing this across all ages, but maybe you're seeing it in a certain age range, and that could be a space that you could add in some additional detail here. But maybe there's a little segment across all ages, right? In which case you can leave it kind of here, but know that these folks are probably the ones that you don't have to do work to get them there, right? Like these passionate diehards, they know about farmers markets, they know you exist. You give them a pamphlet while they're there and let them know they can also buy online, right? Like they're kind of that low-hanging fruit. And then these busy environmental conscious ones, you can tend to pull in more of these, right? Like as you offer more convenience or services or learn how to talk about your hub more, or kind of tweak out your delivery or expand that, or kind of figure out some of those spaces. And then I think as you were talking about, maybe there's some additional reach you're trying to do, or some new population outreach, or you're looking at adding some programming like VeggieRx that might help you reach different populations, right? And so maybe this is where it's you look at who's been using VeggieRx in other markets. If there's a market that already has it, and if you can get sort of a little bit of a segment from there, or if by looking, because maybe it's income less than whatever, or single working moms, or if it is being seen as a whatever those parameters are, right? That could become another segmentation there too. Sarah, it looks like you have a thought.
Yeah, so oftentimes when you're looking at VeggieRx, in order to get the funding for those, they want the funding to go to the individuals in the community with the greatest inequities and disparities. And so you typically are targeting, and that's based on funding only. Like if the hospital was to choose this, they would look at those pre-diabetic. However, the funding being strung to the food pantries or the backpack programs, or maybe it's those community hospitals that are out there. And so, but that's because of funding purposes, where the hospitals really would like it to be linked to pre-diabetic, high blood pressure, health related. So that's kind of,
outcomes.
yeah. But inequities and disparities is basically, but how do you?
Well, and I think this, we can put this here for just fair. You guys get to see my brain farts and spelling as I'm live. Yeah, I knew that was wrong. Okay. You can put there as a placeholder, but knowing that, right, there's a specific audience here. And as you talk to those food pantry maybe you talk to food pantries and you get their demographic profile, and then that's what you use as your proxy for this, right? Or Sarah, as you were saying, you're talking to the hospitals and you're getting kind of what they use, and that's sort of a proxy that you can put in here to further define the segment, because then it helps you figure out how to promote or market, right, to that audience. And so you want to get as kind of clear as you can. You want to get some assumptions on paper. And then as we talked about this being a living document, right, you'll come back as you learn more and say, oh, wait, actually, maybe it is more of this group or this population. And I think you also emphasize that unfair advantage of some of these community partnerships of if you're working with the food pantries and you're working with these folks, right? Like another kitty walking through, hello. You'll start to see different ways to think about these segmentations as you move through. Is there a big segment that you see missing here at all? We've got
Well, I
families.
think about,
Go ahead.
yeah, I think about what Ryan Pesh says about the farmers market customers, and he divides them up by cars. So there's the Cadillacs, the Priuses, and the minivans. And I think you've hit the Priuses here with the environmentally conscious, but the minivans are like the homeschoolers with 6 kids, right? That, you know, there's a whole group of people out there who want to have alternatives to the mainstream, and homeschooling is one aspect of that, and shopping at the farmers market is an aspect of that.
I love that, Jane. I love that. And the diehards would be the Cadillacs, you know.
Well, the Cadillacs are the people, and maybe it's getting to be less as time goes on, but those are the people who remember Grandpa's farm, right? They're the older retired people.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, often I feel like there is some sort of like that older, older retired farm as way of life connection, however we want to say it. That's great. Those are some great examples of how you can think about the segmentation in the farmers market, and then think about your community. Think about who you're actually seeing. Like maybe you start with putting these buckets down, and then as the season starts, you start, you know, watching who's coming to your market, and in your brain you start going, Cadillac, and then you're like, you start to notice it's, oh, I felt like I saw 60% of this, 20% of this, 20% of this. You can start to refine this, and then that can inform and reinforce the strategies you choose for this season and beyond. Awesome. Thanks, Jane.
Love that.
So we've talked a little bit about this. So channels, right? Paths to customers. So what ways are your customers accessing your products and services, right? And so we know we have the online marketplace. I think you said it sounds like you don't have wholesale yet, but you want to add wholesale, right, Sarah?
I do.
So wholesale, and you're doing market boxes, or you want to do market boxes?
I haven't. I'm looking at Veggie RX.
Veggie RX.
Yep, and I'm considering that a farm to school, which does fall into wholesale.
The wholesale, yep.
F2S, yeah, very nice. You know that, duh.
We can add that just as a note, yeah.
But yeah, so those would be my channels, I think.
Okay. So you kind of got the high margin, the wholesale, and the Veggie RX, which is sort of like a reimbursement. So as long as you can get the funding and the population, it can kind of wash out. So kind of following through that.
We did have a question in the chat here. Before we get too far, is it fair to call the market hubs a non-commercial food system? So how do you define commercial versus non-commercial maybe, or?
I mean, I think a lot of folks, right, like group the dominant against the alternative, right? Like the commercial against the non-commercial. And I think you do see a lot of that language show up when we talk about the kind of the grassroots or the community focused market, right? Or like a hubs being like that alternative. And so I feel like this can fit in that narrative probably pretty well. How you use that narrative in your community and towards different populations who come to your market will be something that you'll think about, and will, based on where you're located, right? In some places, right, you really promote the alternative kind of non-commercial side and it resonates with the consumer, right? In some places that won't hit home because they're being drawn to the market for other reasons. And so you'll just wanna, this is where the segmentation really helps, right? And where knowing who your best opportunities are and kind of marketing and promoting to them. Yes, and there is some, good call, Jane, there is some regulatory things that come with commercial and non-commercial. And so if we're talking about like a philosophy versus like standard wording we want to use, it's just always being kind of mindful of that some words do have like legal definitions to when you can use them, right? Like, or they're regulated like organic or, you know, commercial, some of those things as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you say that you're non-commercial, then food service people will tend to assume that you're not legal to buy from.
Any other comments or thoughts on kind of where that statement was coming from? Are we feeling good? Cool. It looks like, all right, great. So if we kind of flip over here to key metrics, right? So we only monitor what we measure, and it's really important to kind of have some benchmarks to help us assess how we're doing as a business. What are some of the
we're losing your audio again.
Oh goodness. Hello? Can you hear me? Sorry guys. Sarah, what are some of the things you measure in your market?
You know, I would say the number of sales, the number of orders, the dollar amount of the sales, the number of vendors participating. The number of deliveries matters because that's going to determine how much, you know, of our expenses. And what else did I write down here? How many volunteers we needed to pull it off, I think is an important metric. So how many volunteers we need?
Probably volunteer hours so that you know that labor side, you can account for that.
EBT sales, I think, is an important thing to keep an eye on because that if there's a lot of those, then we're going to need a second machine for the drive-through versus the in-person market. And so, you know, watching that, no, that's a nice kitty.
My guess is too, when you say number of orders, you're probably doing it by order type, right? Like online, drive, like you kind of want to know which of these sub
wholesale
mechanisms are
wholesale,
getting.
that's
Yeah.
ERX. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Nice.
Depending on, you know, your plans or goals for the market, maybe you'll have some other metrics that maybe you'll be, maybe there's some segmentation of your farms that you measure, right? Like how, like gender or race, or maybe there's like some parameters that you, other things, or products. I mean, maybe not number of products, probably, maybe there's a metric there, but maybe not, but yeah. Go ahead, Sarah.
Meat versus cottage food versus veg is something that you can keep an eye on, that so you can see, you know, demand on like honey and maple syrup and what are we missing? Like if I think if you don't have a very diverse array of products, then it, you know, they're going to look elsewhere for it. And to be a one-stop shop, you got to have a big, diverse array.
So those sales by product categories, and you made a good point about seeing, not only to see what's moving, but to see what's missing. Like, what is the opportunity to better serve your customers? My guess is you can get some of this is really helpful through the platform you're using. There's probably some reporting that's really nice in there that can help you when you look at these sort of things. Oh, subscribers, that's a good one. If you have some sort of subscription service or something you're promoting, except it sounds like maybe you're seeing that increase some things there. Jane, it looks like Beverly's asking for some more explanation between non-commercial and regulatory. Is that something we want to comment a little bit more on right now, or do we want to save that for one-on-one times?
I can
I can just briefly say it's not non-commercial versus regulatory. It's that there's regulatory reasons why you may not want to present yourself as non-commercial. Because if you say that you're non-commercial, then buyers who are under regulatory control are going to assume that it's not legal to buy from you. I mean, they already assume that, but why feed the beast? So if the Minnesota Department of Health's fact sheet on approved sources of food says purchase from commercial sources. And so if you say that you're non-commercial, right away, they're going to say, oh, I can't buy from you, which they will say anyway. But saying that you're non-commercial just gives them kind of, a basis to think that you're not legal.
It's sort of like it's almost like yeah, exactly. Like the knowing who you're selling to. And as you're going in as a business to sell money, you also want to go in as a business who has all of your stuff in order for people to buy from you. And so they want to know that you have your licenses, your insurance, your compliance, and just avoiding some of those hot button words. And yes, there are some words that will resonate with an individual customer that you'll want to avoid when you're looking at more of these retailers. All right, and then the bottom of this canvas is really, it's the cost structure. So kind of what are your expenses for kind of reaching these channels for selling products? And then what are your revenue streams? How are you making money? Like how much are you selling it for? Pardon me, like what is your markup? That might be a thing in here, kind of those sort of elements.
So when you say cost structure, that's my expenses?
Yep, sort of what does it cost you to, run the business and make those sales? Yep.
Yeah, so like Open Food Network, so the platform itself. And labor, like itemizing expenses or like actually going through and putting in numbers though?
So it can kind of be like high level, right? Like, it costs me, like if you're doing wholesale or you're doing your online orders, if it costs you your markup, it costs you an hour to put an order together. And so it costs you about $50 to do. I mean, that's high because you're selling for less than that. But, so if there's like some summary statistics you have where, like, for example, if your average order size is $25 and it costs you $10 to put that order together, like are there any high level things like that or if you're selling into wholesale, you might know the margin that you need to do there, or you might know that with insurance and some of those other stuff, you're paying, like $2,000 a year to upkeep those sort of elements.
I couldn't even throw numbers at what you're saying at this point, not today. But
That's okay.
But I would say
you can even just brainstorm, some of this stuff, like if it's platform and it's labor, even just getting some stuff down to get you thinking about what is the things that are impacting it.
Marketing is a real thing that we do put a lot of time and energy into. Packaging, so bags, boxes, and stuff like that are challenging, are definitely expenses. Challenging would be my puppy. Sorry.
Yeah, is that who's getting your attention on the side?
Yes,
Yeah.
She sees a cat. And she wants to go chase it. That's why I was holding the cat. Sorry.
And eventually you guys will know, like, if you're getting something from a farmer at $1, that you have to put it on like your website. It's listed at $1.18 or something because you're marking it up, because the cost of which it costs you to manage that product and sell it. So that's the sort of stuff that you'll start brainstorming on, like this cost structure side. And then the flip side of that on your revenue stream side will start to be, the flip side of this will be like it costs you the $1, right? Then your revenue is the markup of, I don't know, whatever it is. I know you guys have sent the number estimate.
Make it just look good there, work there.
Is maybe like 18%, and you have your wholesale where you sell for X, you have your veggie RX where you are like funded and reimbursed by, that funding source, whatever that would look like.
Yep, sponsorships and grants typically.
Maybe you get 10 at, $2,000 or whatever it is. Grants. Oops, forgive my afternoon spelling challenges. But yeah, starting to like drop in here about what you see kind of comprising this. And this starts to just give you that picture of how this all comes together and works. And then it becomes an opportunity for us to talk deeper about these different arenas and then revisit this, right, as you get closer and closer in the season. Or even it's always interesting to look at these again at the end of the season and see how they change. Or in the middle, they become really good touch points. So sponsorship can sometimes be the same as donation. It just depends what you attach for the person receiving it, right? So for a sponsorship, folks are often getting something in return, right? Like they're putting a banner up or they're getting their name assigned to some part of the market. Like there's something they're getting, whereas a donation is often unrestricted and there is just being given to you as part of a mission with often nothing in return, right? It's just like, hey, I support your mission. Here's $50. Sponsorship might be like, hey, I want my name on the water table. Here's $50 for you to put my banner up or something like that.
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's a great question. All right.
Typically, it's linked to a program or something. They'll tell you what they want, and then they get something in return. Absolutely. Newsletter, A-frame signs, whatever.
Yeah, ads in a newsletter. That's a great one. If that's something that you generate and that becomes a mechanism to leverage sponsorship into. Yeah, because you guys get some really targeted niche customers. And if that's somebody they serve, they know you tend to have a really engaged audience, right? Because they care a lot about what you do. All right, well, Sarah, thanks for being our case study, kind of as we talk through that. Hopefully that's helpful as you guys are seeing how we're populating some of those buckets. We are spending we were going to go till about 1:30. Maybe we'll go to 1:40 and see. Well, let's maybe still go to 1:30 and see how folks are at, and we can add another 10 minutes or so if folks need some time to get some content into their canvases. And then we'll be coming back together to present to each other. So as we'll share with folks in the room. Sarah, do you want to talk through kind of breakout rooms? So we have a room for each farmers market, and the idea is that you will go into that breakout room with your other friends who are here today and spend some time together completing this lean business model canvas for your hub. For those who might only have one person, we might pair you with another hub so that you guys can work together and you're not kind of alone as you work through this. It's nice to have somebody to talk about it with. And then as you guys are in those rooms, we can, you'll get some, Sarah, I'll be checking in on you. I'm sure some of the RTC, Sarah Jane, we might be popping in just to answer any questions or see how you're doing on completing that canvas. I will let Sarah George guide us on how those rooms come to be and how we're grouping some of those individuals together. It looks like we can put Atkin and Grand Rapids together.
Yep.
And then it looks like maybe Wilmar and the Village each only have one, and maybe
who do you want together? Wilmer has a couple people. Quinn, I apologize. I think Quinn is that. Are you with the Wilmer?
Quinn's with Moorhead. So we have me, Candace, Quinn, and Verna, 4 for Moorhead.
Perfect. So you guys
will have a good group.
Will be good. And I don't need one for Red Wing because we just did that. So does anybody, yeah, let's see, Virginia. Who do we have in Virginia? Are we good? Christine, Heather, and Marlise. That's great. Amanda, I want to make sure you're not alone. Do you have a preference on who you'd like to be in with?
What about?
I mean,
the
I'm
other show?
I'm okay to run through it on my own too. That's fine.
Okay.
Unless there's someone else flying solo, but I mean, I was kind of doing my own mock-up while we were going through it, so.
So we have me, Kathy, Jane, and Kathleen that are all here to support. So we're probably each going to be bouncing into individual rooms. Jane, do you want to go Aiken, Grand Rapids?
Yeah, I can start there.
And Moorhead, Kathleen, do you want to go into Moorhead?
Sure.
Okay, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open these rooms and you guys you can choose your rooms. If everybody's familiar with breakout rooms, there's a room made for each and everybody. If you know how to do that. Beverly, are you in here alone?
Do you have Virginia on there?
I have a Virginia.
I don't see Virginia either.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You can go to the extra room. There's an extra room at the very bottom.
Okay.
Okay.
That can be
Thank you.
Virginia. Good job. Sorry. Good catch.
Great. It looks like this one.
And Cato's not here, so we can choose there. Grand Rapids is going to, okay, good. Kent, you can go to Grand Rapids. Virginia will be going to the extra room. So that's going to be good.
So does the regulars kind of go blank or what? I don't know.
Let me see if I can move you. How do you? Here we go. And Quinn is with Moorhead. Oh, I see. Okay. Quinn assigned to Moorhead. Okay, so Beverly, Kathy, are you with us?
Sarah, I am with you. Do you want me to go with Bev and Wilmer?
Yeah, so either Bev or the Village. And yep, it looks like, so Wabasha, I just got a message from Wabasha stating that she's not feeling well. And she's going to watch the video for the rest of the time. She asked me to copy everything from Red Wing. So Kathy, if you can go to Bev in Wilmer. And then Sarah, do you want to join? I'm looking now. Oh, Beverly, you're still with us. Beverly, you can, I'm gonna move you to Wilmer. No. Beverly, do you know how to join the room?
There's, okay, there it goes.
Okay, and Quinn must be not in there. So Sarah, do you want to join Amanda at the village, or do you want to man the breakout room session thing?
Either way, I'm gonna, I'm gonna do a quick run to the restroom and then I can jump into the village and just check in.
Beautiful.
Does that sound good?
Yep,
Okay.
that sounds fantastic. I think somebody has to stay out here. Oops, you're muted now.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you want to jump in somewhere, Sarah, I can stay here for a second and then if you want to.
I'll jump in with the village. I'll jump in with the village.
Perfect, okay.
Oh, yes. Hey, Amanda, let's see. I wonder how I can do this. They want me to provide screen sharing. I don't know how to do that without.
I have the share screen button on my side.
Yeah, but does it allow you to?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the room, allow everybody to screen share and then go back. Hang on. I wonder if I can do it. I can't do it in. Hang on, I'll be back.
Okay.
Leave meeting, leave breakout room, leave breakout. I'm gonna hit it now before I forget. Okay. Awesome sauce.
You are so good at that.
It's
I just
bad
have to
when
keep
you
it going
forget.
the whole time and just cut out the blocks, otherwise I will forget.
Well, I've actually sat through recordings where you watch that breakout session for an hour and you're like,
Oh, that is just in there?
It's just the whoever's sitting in the main room.
Being like,
hey, hey.
Hello.
I apologize, but I literally burst out laughing at all of your faces. They were in different forms of consternation and it was pretty
Demon,
good.
is that why you have your camera off?
Yes, I have to have my camera.
So that we don't giggle.
Can all of you see it? I only see one person at a time.
Are you on an iPad or a
Put your view
I'm on a
on
Mac.
gallery. Put your view on gallery. If you go up on the top there and click view, do you have gallery clicked?
There's 9 little squares at the top of your screen and it says view. And if you click on gallery view,
yeah.
9 little squares. You guys, I
Upper
don't know.
right-hand
I'm looking. I'm on a MacBook.
9 dots.
You have to move your mouse
Oh,
for it to pop
you're
up.
Mac. I don't know how to do maths.
I don't know how to
Just
do
says
Mac
show
either.
tab overview. It's not showing me in 9 little. Sorry.
See if I can do this.
Oh,
In the upper corner of my screen, there's this 9 box thing. And it looks like this, and
Mine doesn't have. Mine is not showing that. So
and
that's.
it only shows it when I wiggle my mouse around it, and then that'll show up.
Okay.
I
let me
think if
try.
you,
It could be on the bottom.
if you point your mouse to the right, just point it anywhere on the side, it'll pop up.
Okay, I'll try.
oh
So
no. Well,
fun.
hopefully you make that happen, because yes, it is lovely to see everybody's little ticklet and be able to see the group of faces of those who have their screens on.
Yeah, it's
Um,
not. Oh well.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't find it's. It just says it's just showing me group tabs and stuff like that. It's not. Oh well.
I've never used a Mac, don't know.
Yeah, and I know sometimes if you're in a browser, it's different than if you're in the application, but it's something we can look at maybe next time and just see.
Yeah, I think
But-
it ended up going through a browser because it didn't.
Yeah.
It's really weird. Zooms are really weird where I'm at and on my devices.
Well,
well.
then we should just celebrate that you are here, and hopefully you saw everybody as they were giving introductions, because that brought them into the speaker mode in the beginning, and it will probably happen again this afternoon as we kind of go around and have folks kind of share their business model canvases with us. So yeah, glad we had, hopefully that worked out well and folks had somebody to work with or had some good conversations with themselves as they thought through their unique situations in their markets. We'll kind of just go around the room and ask somebody who represents the hub to share if you did fill it in the actual canvas, we encourage you to share your screen. If it's in various places and you just want to talk through, we can handle that as well. Does anybody want to volunteer to go first, or shall I just call on?
Heather,
I mean,
why don't
both.
you go first?
All right, look at that.
Get it over with.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it because I have 84,000 windows open and I'm trying to get to
I feel like a lot of us can empathize with that. I literally
the
just
one
got
we
through-
saved.
Yep. I just got through closing 100 tabs on my phone because my phone is cracked and got broken and I have to like go get a new one. So I had to go through and yes, I was embarrassed. I was like, there are
Sarah,
130 open tabs.
Sarah George, you're going to have to make Heather a co-host so she can share her
So
screen.
she can share.
Were you guys able to share? Because I went through and put under security. You should have sharing ability now. Everybody should.
Oh,
So I'm going to share, but I'm
cool,
going to share
cool.
my other screen. So it might look like I'm staring off into space, but I'm just looking at my other monitor. So can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So let me get back to seeing everybody else. Oh boy, let's see. Okay. I should I can make that a little bigger. Maybe. Oh boy. I'm trying to make it bigger. It's not working.
It's okay.
Okay, you can see it all right.
Yeah, we can see page 1.
Okay, so do you want me to talk through all this, or Marlise or Christine, or am I good to just roll? Or what do you want us
Just
to cover?
You can just read it, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, just talk us through the boxes and your thought process. And if you're kind of leading it, but other folks that were in your group want to add on or jump in, yeah, encourage them to do so. But yeah, thanks
Okay.
for
So just a reminder, we're the Virginia Farmers Market, Northeastern Minnesota. And so the problem we have is we kind of broke this up into between retail and wholesale as far as kind of running through this. I apologize because my phone is ringing, so it's vibrating the desk. Okay, so retail, we had consumer planning, purchasing, accessibility to the food, and timing of markets and most customer schedules. So the farmers market in Virginia is 2:30 to 6 on Thursdays. And a lot of people are at work or can't get to Virginia yet, or they're dealing with stuff after school or something like that. But that's kind of one of the issues we have is maybe people coming to pick up and timing. Wholesale, our big problem is having enough products to sell, because we're in northeastern Minnesota where we get 2.5 months of summer a year. And so just not enough producers, not enough product. Short growing season, we're always looking for more producers, whether it's for market or farm to school or really any program up here. And then, you know, if we get a few producers online and a few buyers, we have to make sure that we have that balance. So we're not just having, you know, we get all these retail customers and then we have 2 people to supply food to them. So balancing what we have with producers and buyers. For solutions, again, we have it broken down retail, wholesale, but we do have for solutions. One of the things when we've tried to use online platforms before is producers it's not easy for them to grasp the concept, how to get things in, how to figure out inventory, how to upload pictures, all that jazz. So training producers to use the online platform, whether it's a retail or wholesale setting. And then we've also talked about creating a video demo for customers to walk through how to order, but then taking it one step further with the wholesale customers, providing a little bit more training depending on their situation. But we do have some advertising funds with other money coming, so we could potentially do some videos so people can kind of learn on their own. One thing we've learned too is when we've tried to do classes here, during the day it's hard because everybody's working, and at night it's hard because the people that need to be doing the classes aren't working, so it's tricky. Retail, for solutions, we really want to promote the online ordering more, because no one knows we could do that kind of a thing. So the more we can promote it, the more people can kind of get that buzz. And then we also talked about extending pickup hours. So not the market itself, but having it be to where either Marlise or Christine are staying a little bit later at the building in Virginia to allow for people to come after their kid, you know, picking their kids up from basketball practice or whatever it is. Wholesale, we talked about a zigzag increase as far as, you know, a little bit more producers, a little bit more retailers, and then training the buyers on the online platform.
So kind of for the solution, it's almost like that retail is the direct to consumer model, right? And you're solving their problem with literally the online platform. And then some of these are ways you're making that online platform kind of work for that consumer audience. And then for wholesale, it's like you're creating an additional revenue opportunity for those, or they're trying to aggregate maybe those producers so they have enough through that online platform, so the wholesale can access local food. Is that kind of how you're framing those problems then with the solution? Kind of, it's still tied to that online representation.
Yeah, but in Virginia,
Perfect.
we have a couple of retailers, a restaurant and a grocery store, who have expressed interest and are ready to buy. So we're thinking specifically of how we gear up the growers to meet their needs. And then if the growers are able to meet their needs, how we get more growers. And then if we get more growers, how we get more retailers.
Perfect. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure which order you want me to go, but I'll just keep reading the table, I guess. Key metrics is number of orders by order type, whether it's online or drive up. Dollar value of orders, number of vendors participating, and then volunteer hours. Unique value proposition, we help market the producers. So we have social media pages where we're constantly sharing like markets information and farming information, and kind of our partnerships with other, like Marlise writes an article every week on a local farmer. So we really do. What's that?
Hometown Focus. She writes that a lot, and she posts those too.
Yeah, so Marlise has a column in a local newspaper, and she features the farm. So we help to market the producers in the area, so we can help to market the producers that sign up for this online platform even more with our social media and, you know, different contexts that we have. a one-stop shop for locally sourced identified food in Virginia and the surrounding area, because there's only so many growers in Virginia, so we got to pull from anybody we can. And then, just being able to be a customer that can reserve locally produced products, especially if they maybe can't get to market during this time, but they can do that aftermarket pickup. And let's see, Unfair Advantage, we're the only real community farmers market in town. There's some similar businesses that like to say farm market, but we're really the only farmers market. Community, I don't know if you want to expand more on that, Christine. I'll just kind of read these, but engagement, partnership, less overhead infrastructure. So we have a building at the park. So we're not like renting a different space. And then peer support network and managers are subsidized. So right now, everyone's being paid somehow through some other grant. So
the community thing was just getting to know them at the farmers market and talking to them and them liking our vendors already and purchasing already. So it would just be kind of that aspect of it, I think. But go ahead.
Or at least we're going to say something. Oh, you're muted.
I was going to say, I'm the
About the
only one
grants.
who's not paid by anyone.
Oh, you're paid with love and appreciation.
We should
Yeah,
get
it's
a
almost
grant.
like, and that might almost be like a revenue source, maybe the fact that you're able to get grants to help you subsidize, but you do still need to pay your managers somewhere. So in the sense of it being an unfair advantage, it's still a cost of doing business, but you're able, based on your mission and those partnerships, you're able to bring in some revenue to subsidize that. So I might think of it more of that way versus it fitting in the unfair advantage, but it's definitely a testament to your ability to sell what you do, right, to get some funding in.
Yeah, and really for like me, I mean, I'm only funded through November, and then who knows?
Mhm.
And my part
Right.
of it is the fiscal side of it. So
Mhm.
right
So
now,
you continue to have to find, yes, to keep that going. Mhm.
And we're also counting this LFPP grant, paying Christine for 3 years.
right.
Mhm.
And that's an advantage that another hub might not have starting up.
Mhm.
Yep. So channels, we had online marketplace and wholesale. Customer segments, again, we grouped it. This is kind of where we ran out of time. Retail, busy, environmentally conscious, health focused, working family, diehards, local food advocates, inequities and disparities. Not sure if you want to speak more on that. Nostalgic folks missing the family farm, larger families. And then because AEOA is the fiscal agent and helps the farmers market process these SNAP EBT FMNP programs, that's also a customer segment that we would like to be able to pull
I
in
think that was
too.
the inequities and disparities
okay.
thing was that. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
So what was that?
Sorry.
Betty or Beverly, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Okay. I thought you said ow first. I was like, oh, okay. And then
I
whole,
think, I was just gonna say, it's great because once you start putting these general buckets and you start to observe, you can add some additional details around them, right? Like maybe you'll start to see it's 30 to 50-year-olds or male or female. You'll start to be able to add some more here that might help you target some of your promotion or marketing and help you kind of best plan. So yeah.
So I'm curious about that because I mean, that's not something we necessarily ask people or count. So are literally people asking people as they walk in the gate, how old are you? Do you drive a minivan? Like, I feel like we have a hard enough time counting people. Marliese walks around with a clicker and tries to keep track of who's coming in, but it's not necessarily like one gate to get to the market. It's literally like you can park wherever on the street and kind of walk in.
Sure. So I think there's a couple ways you might see it. You literally just might do it based on like who is in the info booth and watching and just do your best at bucketing people, right? Like maybe you're like, oh, I'm noticing that folks seem to be within this range just based on observing them arrive. You also build up a farmers market newsletter list, right? And so sometimes you might maybe one time a year be like, hello, we're trying to better understand our audience for XYZ purpose. We would love if you would do this, complete this quick 5-minute survey for us, right? Anyone who completes it is eligible for a $50 market gift card or something, you know? So you could do like a really short survey and see who you get completing it that asks some of those, don't ask for their specific name and email, but you could get some of that stuff. Kathy, go ahead.
Well, and this would be an opportune time to do the pitch that we've got money this year to bring FM 360 to markets, and we're targeting the Virginia area. Well, actually, we're targeting everybody in this room is being targeted because you're in politically sensitive areas. So FM 360 is funded by the university. It's run by the University of Minnesota, and it looks at doing data collection with your vendors, with your market, and with your shoppers. And it usually costs $250 to do it. And we think we've got funds to do that. You as a market just have to agree. So if you will agree to do FM 360, so the whole look at your market, your shoppers and your vendors, by the end of this coming year, by November of 2022, you will have so much data to work with. You'll love it. So there, FM 360 is coming to your neighborhood. You just have to say yes.
Love it. So say yes to that. And I also appreciate Allison's comment too, is that you can literally ask your vendors as well. So similarly, as you're watching what's happening, maybe you ask your vendors to fill out a quick survey, or you ask them to some quick questions, like you visit 2 vendors each market and just say, what have you been seeing? Come to your booth, and you take some notes, right? And you just start to get more information about who's there to kind of reinforce these segments. I mean, you could also have interns or students literally ask people like with 5 quick questions and see who will answer. That's definitely something you could do as well. But you will know your audience and get a feel what works the best, but really encourage you to take advantage of any of those opportunities you have to get more data, because data is power, right? It helps you learn more. Just a great conversation.
Okay, so let's see. Marlies, did you have anything to add to this? I thought I saw you. Okay, I thought I saw the. Okay, so then the last.
I'm just going to remind you to go to page 2.
Okay, the last page, we have this kind of group. So the platform is LFP. Like right now, it's funded by LFPP. The labor, Christine is LFPP, marketing LFPP or FMPP. So that's the grant that I'm under right now, is the USDA Farmers Market Promotion Program grant. But again, my funding runs out in November, so who knows what'll happen. Packaging and bags, I'm not sure what this was specific to. So Christine, if you want to chime in on this one, I'll just continue reading quick.
Those were some of the costs, some of the costs that we can accrue. And do we have funding for that in renewing the countryside for packaging for the hub?
Yes, each hub is going to be receiving a $200 worth of packaging bags or boxes. Each new hub is going to receive that $200 just the first year. And that's just for the new hubs. Yes. So platform, and you guys would be in the new hub situation. Yes. So we're good.
Okay.
All right. And then the insurance at LFPP and pricing would be from the customer, and then deliveries up to 400. So that would be, obviously we're way up north and everybody lives 30 minutes from everybody. So Christy, obviously we're going to try to not have a lot of driving, a lot more farmers delivering, because it's Sarah.
Yeah, your insurance won't go through the LFPP. However, we've got the platform. I just want to make sure we got this right. So platform and labor, yes.
So insurance is, yep.
We still have to cover insurance. That's $300.
Insurance on yes.
So it's interesting, like how you guys have bucketed this, right? Like, because you have these guaranteed grant funds, right?
Yeah.
And so if we kind of go back to that, thinking about as a business that's going to make money, right? And so it's great that we have these, and we know most businesses don't make money at the beginning. And so you look for sources to help you do that. And you guys have some of this money from these grants, right? To help you get set up to make money and to fund a lot of this stuff. And so I think remembering that you'll have this earned income coming in as you do sales, and the goal is that earned income can kind of help you sunset some of this grant funding or reduce your dependence on grant funding, or you'll start to see maybe sponsorships in the community, right? So you have some of these other revenue streams that you can think about, or donations, right? Like right now you're really heavily grant funded, and that's great for right now. And as you start to work on your sustainability plan and your funding mix sheet, you might see like year 2, maybe it's less grants and more donations, and then program revenue takes up more, right? And so just kind of want to say that to keep in mind, right? That all because we know we have the LFPP funding, this is where we start to think about the expenses and how that funding mix comes together for the sustainable financial sustainability of the business.
And I think, I mean, just to clarify, so insurance is something who is paying for? Who is paying for insurance? I mean, is Marlies going to have to come up with that through the market?
Marlies, have you had insurance on your farmer's market in the past?
We've always had insurance, but last year we had to pay 300 more than the 260 that we get through MFMA, because we had an aggregated CSA where we actually aggregated some things at the facility and did some deliveries. It looks like we'll be doing that same thing, so we're going to be stuck with another 300 this year. And last year, the Rutabaga Project Farmers Market Promotion Program paid that. And they probably could this year, but not after this. And the farmers market certainly can't afford another 300.
Yeah, and I think for us, it's just, I'm still having a hard time envisioning, because we have such few vendors. You know, we don't have produce at the Virginia market really until the end of July, because that's when we actually have produce. So there's not, you know, 300 might not sound like a lot of money to some markets, but it's like, whoa, 300.
Well,
It is. No,
the thing though to remember is that in the grant for the year 1 markets, there's $807 in that bucket for startup. And Marlies, you might be able to use some of that to cover the insurance and take it from another bucket. So I'll send that information to you. So that might be helpful, right? Because you can, you know how you'd sometimes steal from Peter to pay Paul in the short run, long run.
We like buckets in the nonprofit world. I talk buckets all the time.
Yeah. Well, and tomorrow when we start to go more into the statements and where this stuff is hitting, I think that information will be really helpful and we can start to plan that out. But I think right here, you're doing that great job of identifying where these costs are and the impacts they'll have, right? And so, and you got a little insight on that, which will help you plan more tomorrow. So thank you guys. Great job. Thank you for sharing, Heather, and being bold enough to be the first one to go, even though you're kind of volunteered on behalf. But fantastic.
Right.
You guys did great.
And Heather, maybe you could put a question mark there for insurance for right now.
Yeah.
Until we figure it out.
Question mark, potential bucket identified by Kathy. All right, Virginia is done. Do we have a volunteer to go next, or am I calling on? How about Grand Rapids? It's Willowlyn, I saw you unmute. Are you willing to represent the team? Or-
we didn't finish it.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking through Aikens first, and then we did Grand Rapids, and so we completed Aiken.
You want to start with Aiken?
We got the whole thing filled out anyway, not completed, but there's something in each chunk. So, Allison, do you have that up and ready to roll?
I can go.
And I do want you to hear Allison's, because she's got, I don't know if it's unique, but it's an issue in Aiken that the vendors kind of see the hub as competition instead of as added value to them. So we talked through that.
Mm-hmm.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we identified a few problems facing the hub right now. The vendors see, some vendors see the hub as competition. And so they're reluctant to participate in the hub, or they want to use the hub's connections to make their own sales outside of the hub, so they don't have that markup. They just don't see how the hub manager and the online system can benefit them. The local grocery stores and even like, so Aiken is about 30 minutes away from Brainerd, which is a large population center. And so like even grocery stores and like Walmart and Target and Aldi would be competition for the farmers market because they're more convenient for shopping. And people are making those trips anyway. Oh, the wholesale customers would already have existing distributor relationships, and quite often that food is cheaper than local food, unfortunately. So
One thing I'll just quickly say here is just, I think sometimes when we get in this bucket of like, it's cheaper, they have existing relationships, is just to remember that those people might not be your target customer, right? If there are those folks who prefer to go to Aldi because it's cheaper, there's distributors who prefer to buy from wholesale customers, they might be in that bucket of not your target customer, because you're looking for that customer who is willing to pay that premium because they are value aligned and they want to support what you're offering at the market, right? So your local producers, that connection to the farmer, that variety of products. And so just want to kind of toss that out there in the background as you're thinking about this too. But please, yeah, keep going.
So for the vendor focused solution, the Food Hub has access to a wider group of customers who are interested in a broader array of products, and then that aggregation should be should be an advantage. And the buyer focused is you can buy from multiple vendors in one easy location, and that's really a wholesale target. As far as unique value propositions, we talked about product selection and the product catalog. There's more variety available online, theoretically, hopefully, than just buying from individual farmers that come to you with their price list and excuse me, have time to do that individual marketing. The aggregation manager can do that coordination of sales and deliveries that a lot of farmers find burdensome, because farmers want to farm. They don't always want to do that marketing. It's not their strong suit. So that would be a unique value proposition for the vendors. And I really like that single payer advantage, where buyers pay the market and then the market pays the farmers, that you're getting like that one, just that one invoice, and that one, instead of pursuing multiple customers to get paid and doing your invoices and things like that.
Yeah, that's huge. That's almost, and that can be a solution or a value proposition almost, right? But I think we know that's a huge attribute that these sort of systems offer. That's great.
The unfair advantage for the Food Hub is that community-based opportunity, building trust, being visible in the community, that is one of those values, and that kind of goes in with the mission-based advantage, that there is that customer segment where that mission is important to them, and that's where they're going to put their dollars. We don't have any other grocery stores or markets really doing that, at least not right now, and not on any kind of scale. And the short supply chain is an advantage, that you have that freshness and quality during the growing season. The farmers market food is picked that day, you know, and can get to those customers right away, as opposed to these long supply chains. So for customer segments, Aiken decided not to do a retail market where customers would go online and buy like individual products, like one head of broccoli or one package of bacon. They want to focus on wholesale customers, and then to do those market boxes, which are a real revenue builder, and that labor and burden is on the market manager or the aggregation manager, and not like on the market on market day, like doing all these individual orders and labeling and having to drive through and all that. We don't have that capacity. I've noticed that my market box customers are mainly older people with time to cook. I'm not getting a lot of those young families buying market boxes. I think that they are often intimidated by foods that are different from what they're used to buying, like, you know, getting a lot of kale, or collards, or I can't think of any other good examples, but so they can be intimidated by those new foods, and they don't necessarily have the time to do the research and the tasting and the experimentation. But those older people want to get back to home cooking, or maybe they have health problems, or just want to be healthier now that they have time. Also, we had a senior agency subsidize boxes for seniors. So that was a big boon to the senior citizens, and most of them were SNAP participants as well, so they could pay for their box with SNAP. As far as my wholesale or institutional customers, the Aiken Schools has that mission focus to buy local food, and they do really try. Hopefully we'll be expanding into more vegetables and things this coming season with the supportive ship. And like, I've got a small corner grocery store who's interested in buying, and maybe some restaurants. So Jane took me through the secondary customers of those wholesale customers, and that was really good to think about who's buying from my customers. And it's the families of school kids that are putting a value on having local food in their cafeteria. It's the senior citizens and those SNAP participants, and resort customers who respond to that local food marketing, maybe in a resort type restaurant. Key metrics as to how I would measure my success would be adding more vendors, and kind of breaking away from that idea that the Food Hub is their competition. The Food Hub could really be an asset for them. And then increasing the number of buyers that are actually using the website. I do a lot of managing my orders kind of offline, and so I'm doing all the ordering through the website, through the platform, rather than the customers doing it. I really like to streamline that. And those channels are the market boxes, the online wholesale orders, and the offline wholesale orders that I'm handling myself. The cost structure, I don't have any good numbers on this. What is the overhead of assembling a market box? Like, I know how much the food costs. I can break down the cost of each box that's being used, but it's harder for me to decide like how much of my labor, like break down my labor into each box or into each delivery, or, you know, things like that. And then quickly, revenue streams is the markup from those purchases. That's something that's one of the reasons vendors are seeing the Food Hub being a competition, is because I'm going to sell their product for more than they sold it to me. And for some reason they, you know, they don't like that, even though that's what every distributor does. Every restaurant does, you know, they sell it for more than they bought it for. They don't see the value in my labor and what that infrastructure is. School purchases has been a big revenue stream for the winter. I have a brick grant with SHIP and Aiken County Care that's supporting me. The market is pursuing some sponsorships, but they're intended to support the main market structure and not the hub directly. So I'm done. I think my voice is done.
That was great. I really loved how you talked about that customer segmentation and kind of how these challenges, and I hear that theme from vendors, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. But yeah, a great job kind of chatting through all that. Do you guys want to take on with a little bit of a kind of summary for Grand Rapids, or?
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
can
sure
do
how
that.
far you got with that. Okay, sure.
You
Thank
can
you.
probably help us go through some of the stuff that we missed. I don't have the list.
Oh, okay. I'll put it up, Willow, in just a second here. Okay.
Okay, so I'm really new to farmers market, and I came in October. So this is what I have observed when I worked at the farmers market, that the problem was getting more vendors to participate at the market and online, because we don't have a lot of produce or supply products to sell, and access to a variety of local food, you know, that we can sell to our customers. And interest. Jane, what was the interest from buyers in products that are not currently offered online through the hub?
Oh, that's getting more, that's tied in with getting more products online. Like there's
Okay,
buyers
right.
have an interest, but we don't have the vendors listing their products.
No,
So
yeah,
we
you're
need a
right.
bigger
Okay.
push.
Yeah, so we need a lot more participation from our vendors. Currently, we have, and we started the OFN platform in April. So we only have currently 6 vendors that are using it at the moment, because we don't have, like I said, very many products to sell. And so I'm trying to get more vendors to access the to register online for their products, even if, they don't have it now, but in the future they might have it. And the solution, we have the online that they can access 24/7. We also we offer delivery and we have drive-through at the market. We are also working on wholesale and Veggie RX. We haven't gotten that down. I think there's only one vendor right now, which is Chain, that is doing the wholesale at the moment. So we're trying to push a lot. We're trying to vendors and farmers to get their items listed online and push our farmers to grow more stuff, a variety of stuff that our buyers would like to see at the market. So we have a survey that we're gonna hand out so that we know what our buyers would like to purchase. Unique value proposition. We do have the one-stop shop for our buyers. They could just go online, but like I said, we don't have very many products to offer. But we have the online support. Also, we have the support from Kent. He's a techie guy, so he's a big supporter of that OFN and helping our vendors set up their online storefront. Single provider advantage for buyers seeking local food. I'm not really sure what that is, Jane.
Yeah, that was kind of the similar discussion to what Allison said in Aiken, that it's a way for buyers to just pay one entity if they're buying local food.
Oh,
instead
yeah.
of-
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Well, we do offer that online. They could pay through PayPal. We take EBT and other credit cards. So that is one-stop shop. And when they do pick up their products at the market, they could just pay with, cash, EBT, and whatnot. The unfair advantage, we do have a lot of programs. We have the Market Box, and that drives, some of our revenue. We also have SNAP, the EBT. So when you swipe, you get extra dollars for your buck. So we just need to educate our EBT customers that, they get more for their buck. And we do have a lot of loyal customers who come out to the market on Saturdays, on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So we've built that relationship with our clients, customers. And we all are also mission-driven hub where we have established relationships with other institutions like Second Harvest Extension, SNAP Coordinator. We also have Get Fit Itasca, Grand Itasca Essential. We also have the school. So we've built that relationship with them already. So going forward, we want to have a better relationship with them so they keep buying from us instead of, other distributors.
And those partners are going to be super important. And that is what happens if another market came into the community, they could probably get Market Books and EBT too, right? And so
yes,
they could compete with you on that. But what they can't do is have the relationships that you've built up or have that like first mover advantage from you being that market for the long term with that community. And so, yeah, I think those are really,
Right.
really great, solid things on
And
the partner side.
yeah, and we've had meetings with them. They're really excited and they are on board with us. And we've set up a farmer buyer meet and greet for March 14th. So I'm real excited to see these people at the
Yay.
meeting. We also, for the customer segments, we see a lot of, like Sarah or Jane was talking about the Prius, Prius people. We see those people, the minivan. We have young couples with many children. We have a lot of retirees. We also have a lot of recreational visitors, that just come out for the summer. We get those customers, and we also have those diehard local food. What do you call those type of people that are self-conscious about clean eating? And we have pop coupons as well for kids. So they come out and we give them, is it a token that we give them?
It's a coupon. It's like a
It's a
business
coupon?
card.
Yeah,
Paper
and then they
coupon,
can
yeah.
choose a vendor. They can, go to a vendor and buy whatever they want to buy for their token or coupon. And so getting them involved is good. It's a great way to get our kids involved. And we see a lot of kids that come through on Saturdays with their parents.
Yep. And especially if they bring their grandparents along, then the grandparents buy more stuff.
Yeah, true. That's as far as we got.
I think that's great. And I'm sure you're taking notes as you're hearing folks talk,
Right.
or even from Aitken of, what metrics and those other components are going to be relevant. And I think a lot of you, as you're talking about your problem solution, you're talking a lot about some of this convenient stuff without using that word. So something to keep in mind too, that you are with that accessibility and convenience of the hub. And even some of that that experience stuff we talked about, like thinking about in that unfair advantage, where is some of this experience stuff hitting in? Are you leveraging the market in some way as part of it? We're talking about the geography and location a bit, but as kind of these markets unroll a little bit more, there might be some more in there that can help you further add some differentiation to that place building and your community itself. It looks like we are down to Wilmar and the Village. Anybody of those two feeling motivated to go first?
And then Moorhead hasn't gone either.
Oh, apologies. I just put a star by you, I guess, because I think you volunteered, Bjorn. Are you guys ready?
I can volunteer to go, you bet.
Thank you. Sorry for missing that on my list.
No, that's just fine. And then, yep.
Prematurely starred you as going.
All right. So, again, with the Moorhead Hub, we've been operating for a year already with the direct to consumer sales with local food marketplace. So, what we're using this again is to look into expanding into the wholesale side of things. So that's what this kind of business model will entail. Problems is that potential. I put potential. This is since we don't know for sure yet, but most likely there's a much higher demand from schools and restaurants and other wholesale accounts than there is current supply. There's just a lack of farmers on a larger scale in our region. Supply chain, environmental, social issues, and other purchasing struggles that institutions are currently facing with the current structure that we think are only going to get with how things are going. Lack of quality, healthy, culturally, and culturally appropriate access for low-income, disadvantaged community members and the general community as well. What we see as problems in our region here, Fargo-Moorhead area. The solution is a lot of this is going to be cheated, so I'll try to go cheated from you guys, so go quick over it, but have an aggregation from multiple farms. Since we don't have large farmers offering, on their own, the amount necessary to satisfy volume needs, we can obviously work with multiple farms. Having a central actionable entity providing these gap services. There's a lot of customers, there's a lot of producers, a lot of organizations wanting this to happen, but nobody is actually facilitating the needs. So that's what we're here to do. Consistent and convenient sales then to make up for supply chain issues by keeping it local. Key metrics, same as you guys, number of customers, number of vendors, price value of the orders, the amount of volunteers and their hours, labor costs on our behalf, other things, and then product category sales and demands and needs that are out there. So all that gauging by our unique value. So how are we different and worth buying from? We're a convenient online one-stop shop market for local source identified food for the FM area. We all really liked this wording. So I can't remember who put that in there, but that's awesome. Active information sharing and support between multiple farmers and customers. So the school, the restaurant manager, whoever doesn't be having to say the same thing over and over again to everybody coming and asking the questions. We're able to disseminate that information out to multiple people from A to B. Our unfair advantages. So what we have that sets us apart from the competition. Year round is huge. We have some good farmers markets. There's multiple in the Fargo-Moorhead area. A lot of them are just June or July to October, but there are opportunities. There are still food available beyond that, just no one actively trying to market it for them. And located within 300 miles. So currently we have a producer that's about 220 miles away from Fargo-Moorhead, but we'll be serving the needs of Fargo-Moorhead area. We're gonna be creating through this program in this role, community partnerships and market knowledge, getting all that into one, again, central location. And then while maintaining less infrastructural needs. So can we get by without having a storage facility and a brick and mortar store is the goal. And then having the peer support, as we talked about, with us as a group, and then everyone else that other food hubs and like-minded individuals and organizations that we can lean on. So our channels for paths to customers would be our online marketplace, reaching out directly to wholesale institutions as well as nonprofits, and trying to work with them to create some funding opportunities for reimbursement for our sales. So those channels are kind of our target customers here with the wholesale. So local schools with the passion and the funding for farm to school programs. Actually in 55 minutes, I have a meeting with Moorhead High with their produce buyer, and then DGF, Dilworth, Glen and Felton, a neighboring community of towns. They have a new gentleman moving into the position next week. And so shortly thereafter, I'll get connected and get some information from them. Since we are straddling the border here, we're gonna have North Dakota producers involved and vendors involved with this. But since the funding is coming through Minnesota, I wanna make sure that we start with our customer base, emphasis being in Minnesota. So those two schools are the nearest bigger schools. And then these are 3 restaurants that are right down the street. Couple higher end, and then one that for sure procures local produce and kind of has, I know, a value alignment with procuring local food. All 3 of those, I believe, have a history of that. So approaching them. And then local food bank and shelves interested in partnering for increased food access. We have Great Plains Food Bank here in town. It serves the entirety of North Dakota food shelves. We have the Cass Clay, which is our counties here. Hunger Coalition, So that's like a group of organizations with the intent to address the food access needs in our area. So partnering with them, I'm actually on there on that committee and then on the food access subcommittee. Working with partnerships there. And then we have a Heart and Soul Community Cafe. It's a pop-up cafe that is pay as you will towards customers. So they like to source local food. So partnering with them, that's more so donations, but at least another outlet for our products. Cost structure, our platform, labor, insurance, licensing, marketing meetings, getting all this information, the aggregation site, delivery and packaging. I'm hoping to kind of eliminate these two by potentially using the school as an aggregation site. And that way it saves on us being a delivery and offering for like me to post up at the school for like the entire day and on board like the farmers is kind of my idea to help save on some of those costs instead of aggregating at a different place and then having to drive it to the school or restaurant or whatever. I guess school specifically for that idea. Revenue streams, so potentially a membership fee. Our co-op right now has one. I'm not sure if we're gonna make, yeah, we've got to figure that out, but potentially a membership fee. This grant program, so paying for us to do some of this work of setting up these meetings and marketing, setting a markup percentage once we have an understanding of pricing and what's out there, and then reimbursements from nonprofits, having a delivery fee once that's applicable, and then sponsorship, donations, and other grants. So I think we have a really good potential with having a higher population than a lot of the towns that you guys are in, and making it work. And so that's kind of what we're hoping to get out of these 3 years, is exploring if we can expand into the realm of wholesale marketing for this area.
That's great. Thanks, Bjorn. And I love how you kind of focused in, like you said, on that wholesale, really dug into those customers, brought that food access side into it. And you already have some creative solutions of how you might bring down costs already. I think, yeah, that's a great overview for where you think you're headed in Moorhead. Sorry, just looking at the chat. I think this is all about other stuff and nothing on Moorhead. Okay, awesome. Nice work, Moorhead team. Now we go to Wilmar or the Village. Do we have those in here? Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Amanda, I saw you.
Sure. I mean, I feel like I've got nothing after that.
We all got something, and it's such a good exercise to exercise talking about it, right? Like, because that's like a muscle in itself, right? Is being able to,
right,
even if some of the information is the same, right? As we all talk about it with partners and to each other, right? We get better every time we describe it, right? What we're doing.
That's the goal.
Absolutely.
So the problem in our area, kind of what a lot of other, I mean, this is a lot of, has already been said, but so lack of access to culturally relevant food. We have some very large populations in Rochester that are not represented at all. One farmer's market, and yeah, just a big lack of representation of farmers of color. So a solution is to create this market hub to add an additional farmers market sales on the side. So we have a lot of people that want to produce their own cottage food and then come and sell, and that would hopefully provide some volunteers to help us run the market hub as well. And then also we are training our emerging farmers. There's been a ton of community support around getting them connected with GAPS and NISA and different trainings. Hold on one second, sorry. Pot's gonna overflow. Okay, so key metrics, kind of the same thing everybody else said, measuring all those numbers. Unique value, so a diverse group of farmers, culturally specific foods, supporting those emerging farmers. And we're also really trying to focus on regenerative ag. We have a partner in our organization who's very passionate about this, and hopefully we'll be selling chickens with us as we get going. So unfair advantage, we're going to hit that hot button of supporting the BIPOC emerging farmers. We've got a lot of room for new customers and new growth in the Rochester and Olmsted County community, being that there is only that one market 2 days a week. And it's downtown. It's kind of a tough, the existing market's kind of a tough place for a lot of people to navigate. Channels, we're going to focus on wholesale and CSA to start. We might, branch out from there. We'll see where things go. So our customer segments, so Mayo Clinic staff, we're a very health focused community, have a lot of high income clientele. So we're hoping to, really bring in some customers who really want access to fresh local produce, and the culturally relevant CSA boxes being, kind of a thing that might be unique to some of our clients. And then we'll look into adding SNAP, EBT, Veggie RX as we go along. Cost structure, I think everybody pretty much hit on these. Interpretation is maybe the only additional cost. We do have the additional cost too of, we are currently managing the insurance and land rental and contracts for the land that our farmers are growing on. Our farmers don't have their own land, so we do have that additional thing to carry. And I agree with $300 for insurance. Yes, I feel that. We're carrying 3 different kinds of insurance right now, and it adds up quickly. Especially that work comp, because it's expensive to be a farmer and it's a high risk. So, and then revenue streams, same thing everybody's also said. We're looking for creative ways to fundraise. We do have a local group that's going to be giving us donations of raw honey, and then we're going to sell those. And we're also hoping to amp up our merchandise, as we've been doing this for about 3 years now. And we sold t-shirts last year, had some good luck with that at our fall fundraiser. So hoping to get some tote bags and hats and different things to add to the mix. That's about it.
Awesome. Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, you have an interesting angle, it sounds like, with managing the land as well. So it is, yeah, you all have very unique stories, I think, to tell in your community and unique opportunities. And it's great to hear in this context and to see how they'll all roll out or continue to roll out in future years. Last but not least, Beverly and Wilmar, would you like to share your canvas with us? Oh, I think we got you muted still, Beverly. There we
Looks
go.
like the words are there.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Oh,
Everything's working?
yay. It works. All right.
Excellent.
I wasn't sure if I
Yes.
missed saving it and if it would be there, because I've never done the share screen thing on my end. So that's my first sentence. I had to do it 3 times.
I love it. I can't
That's
wait.
okay.
We see it.
Well, and then sometimes I lost the heading. So whatever this first column is,
Problem.
local markets are fighting among themselves. There's 3 other markets in Wilmer,
Okay.
and some reportedly are not growing their own food, which has been allowed by the managers. And we hope to find a way. Some of these aren't in the right columns because Kathy told me that just get it down and you'd figure out which column to put
Yeah.
it in. So, okay. We hope to find a way to include our existing businesses to capture all local foods sold on the OFN system, because that would really simplify it for me. Solution, we have a very broad reach for local foods because we right now do our weekly year-round delivery subscription service to Morris, Montevideo, Olivia, Atwater, we just added, New London, and Spicer. So we're already doing those routes. So we're hoping that we can get participation in the Becker Market online, which I'm calling it now. Because most people in the small towns around Wilmer come to Wilmer to do any other shopping. And we'll hope that they'll just come and pick up here, because a lot of the really small towns don't have their own market. So we've been doing Becker Market outside for 13 years. Now we're going to move it inside in the lower level of this building and continue with weekly delivery year round and coordinate with other deliveries along the same routes. Kathy thinks, and so do I, because I've struggled with this, think that Becker Market should be year round also, because we take, that's a different paragraph. Because we have 3 greenhouses in the immediate area who are beginning to produce at least greens and lettuce and those items year round. So we would be a market for them. On the delivery service, we do take 2 weeks off at Christmas, so Becker Market wouldn't function then. And we pay vendors on delivery. And I think that's the key thing of keeping interested vendors. They really like to get paid when they deliver. And we know that we will need paid helpers to grow and not burn out our volunteers. But at this point, we have 3 board volunteers to get Becker Market up and running, and besides myself. So we'll get started that way with seasoned people who know what they're doing. And there's no rent charged for the space we used. Real Food, all of the businesses that I've talked about share this one building, and also sometimes have to share the equipment. And we have 10 terrific farmers on our current list. 2 have already said yes to Becker Market. One said, "This is the best thing I've heard all day." And so that's where I've been getting the Becker Market online. We're unique so that because we're inside, it's a perfect temperature to control food products. Vendors that we have on our list for the last 3, 4, 5 years do not want to sit at a market. They want to grow stuff and have us sell it for them. So I think that's why we have the 10 vendors. They're already doing this for us. This would just be an expansion of a place where they could sell. And we're using only 30% of the available space downstairs, so we have room to expand if we should be so lucky that it would grow. And we have a cool room currently repairing our AC for that area and hoping to score a good food equipment grant to add a freezer and cooler downstairs. So our customer base is middle-aged and older couples, seniors, mostly single sometimes in the older group, some who need delivery most of all. They're a group who wants the subscription because they get regular delivery and they always know they have food. We're coordinating, I can't talk either, our subscription, Head Start, and grocery deliveries to make sense with the cost of transportation. And let's see, we leased a van in March 2021 with billboards all over it for deliveries.
So Beverly, there's a farmer's market in Wilmar that's outside, and now your online version of it, the Becker Market online, is kind of in its own building and running more out of this facility. Is that true? And so there's probably some, like coordination, maybe promotion, but this is running more. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Is
they're more on the bottom, or is that where you're at?
That's where I'm at.
Beverly, that's where you're at. Excellent. Okay. And so I'm sure that if, as you start to think about, it sounds like you have some costs that are subsidized where the building is subsidized. You're going to probably have your costs in that distribution and that labor and some of those other spaces. And then your revenue is coming in through those purchases through the platform. Maybe you're charging delivery. Are you charging for delivery in certain places? So kind of, that's kind of where a lot of your stuff is coming in. Are you using volunteers?
Yes, we have 3 board members who have
That's
volunteered.
right. That's
to
what
get
you
this
said.
rolling.
Okay.
Plus
So
me.
some volunteers. Plus you, yes, are helping kind of make that all flow. Yeah, and then you're running your round in all of those ways. Excellent. Thanks for sharing, Beverly. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I'm sure you guys have heard each other talk a little bit about what's happening in these markets, but I know kind of seeing it presented in these buckets and kind of thinking about it in this way can really help you get ideas for your community and for your markets and for, you know, what year 2 or 3 or what can look like or who to talk to, right? If you want to brainstorm more a certain scenario or situation in your community. And so, yeah, encourage you to kind of keep these in mind, look back at them, maybe even put on your calendar, like look back at it in a month or 2, right? Where it's at, or to reach out to folks who commented on something that you want to troubleshoot more in your arena.
I got great ideas from all of you, so thank you so much.
Yay. We were about 7 minutes before we were going to jump off the line. I think maybe tomorrow morning when we get together, we'll do a quick check-in round robin of like what's sitting with you, like what was your biggest takeaway, just so that we don't spend the time on that, but kind of that can be maybe our warm-up tomorrow morning. Since we've been introduced, and kind of do what was our biggest takeaway from yesterday, help us frame before we go into our time together tomorrow. But yeah, thank you all for making it through the day, for your good work, for sharing what you did about your markets. And I'll maybe toss it over to Sarah. I don't know if you want to say anything for final notes or in closing before we part ways until tomorrow.
Yeah, I just got an email and I just want to make sure from Shelby. And did that say? There it is. These surveys are required. Could you please highlight the importance of doing that pre-survey? And so I want to make sure that everybody had a chance to do that pre-survey because there's going to be the post-survey. Is that going out tomorrow, Sarah? The post-survey? So maybe anybody that didn't get a chance to do the pre-survey, I'm finding it in my.
I haven't done it.
You have a chance. I'm dropping it in the chat in just a second. And everyone.
Take our 5 minutes of ending early, complete that survey real quick, and then not have to worry about it anymore.
Yes, I just saw that come through. So I wanted to make sure because behind the scenes, there's others that are doing that pre-survey evaluation and they saw that there's a few of them missing. So if you guys could do that, that'd be fantastic. And I think that's all for today. I'm grateful for each of you hanging in there, and I apologize for those of you that have colds. Go have a glass of tea and close your eyes for a little 20-minute
Yeah, close your eyes,
rest or
cuddle with a
something.
puppy, or watch a good show.
Go for a nice walk. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Yes, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Ooh, nap in the sun, fantastic.
Nice.
Tell us, Allison, though I suppose I'm grateful I don't have a coat.
Right. Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay, I had to stop recording.